Organizing Committee of the symposium. Our chief guest in absentia, the National Inclusive Education Symposium, gives us a forum as Ministry of Education and Sports and partners promoting inclusive education in our country to get together and take stock of how we have implemented inclusive education in this country. We take note of our achievements, our challenges, recommendations, and lessons learned. This takes care of learners with disabilities as well, their parents, teachers, head teachers, organizations of persons with disabilities, district leaders, and political leaders. This symposium will be hosted annually, and we started last year, 2021. The symposium has created space for visibility and awareness creation for special needs and inclusive education in our country. Our theme for this year's symposium is Inclusive Education, a Journey to Sustainable Development. The objectives of the symposium are increase awareness about the need for inclusive education in our education system, share with different stakeholders the principles and practices relevant to the implementation of inclusive education, promote participation of persons with disabilities through exhibitions and talent shows, review and develop actionable strategies towards implementing inclusive education in Uganda. While the expected outcomes are actionable strategies identified for improved inclusive education, we shall also have a symposium report indicating all proceedings, all the photos, the videos, and abstracts of papers presented, and lastly, a position paper on inclusive education for action by Special Needs and Inclusive Education Department and its partners. So by the end of our 2 days here, that is what we want to see and achieve. The presentations will be guided under the underlisted sub-themes. 1, Special Needs and Inclusive Education Trends in Uganda. We shall look at the past, present, and future policy developments, identification and assessment of learners with special needs at all levels, including non-formal education, accessibility of learning environments for students with special needs, disabilities at different levels of education, inclusive pedagogies and reasonable accommodations for learners with special needs, capacity building initiatives in support of inclusive education at institutional, national, and community-based, financing of inclusive education. We shall look at progress, gaps, and prospects, assistive technologies for enhancing learning for learners with special needs, and lastly, monitoring and evaluation mechanisms for effective implementation of sustainable inclusive education. We have a total of 12 papers, 5 exhibitions, and awareness creation songs and skits about disability to be presented. After the symposium, we shall prepare a symposium magazine where you will have an opportunity to look at the symposium proceedings when you access a copy. Ladies and gentlemen, we all need to understand what inclusive education is about, because this is the best form of education that ensures that all learners, despite their different abilities, all will have to benefit. Under the SDG 4, which talks of ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all, is to eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure access to all levels of education and vocational training for all vulnerable, including persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations, among others. Uganda is a signatory to several international policies, and this gives a firm ground whereby the country will ensure that people with disabilities are served accordingly. According to the Global Disability Summit of 2020, Ministry of Education and Sports has committed itself to ensure that the National Inclusive Education Policy is approved and implemented. As I speak now, the policy is at cabinet level pending approval. I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for sparing your valuable time to come and be part of this function. Thank you to the keynote speakers for accepting our invitation to come and participate in this symposium. We have a keynote speaker who has brought for us an experience of abroad, and then we have a second keynote speaker who is our own. These have wealthy experiences, and I know we're going to learn a lot from them. Last but not least, to the partners that have contributed immensely to this symposium in terms of financial, material, and moral support. To the organizing committee, I have no words to express my gratitude for the successful symposium you have organized. I only say, let the good Lord reward you with the best that you wish for. I also want to take this opportunity to request the organizing committee to stand up for recognition. We have been in meetings for 3 good months, and every other time they did not let us down. Kindly stand up for your recognition. Thank you so much. I know others are still out because we're a bigger team than those standing in here. Thank you so much. Lastly, I thank each one of you, and I know you're going to benefit a lot. We have members who are attending online. Thank you so much. I know at the end of this all, we are going to get fresh energy to promote inclusive education in our country. I want to end my speech here and only ask the good Lord to bless all of you, the good Lord that brought you here safely, to keep you here healthy, and when we also end tomorrow, He also takes back us safely. Let me end here, and as we are going into Christmas and Happy New Year, I want to end by saying Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of us. I say this for God and my country. Thank you.
Another round of applause that is befitting, ladies and gentlemen, for the Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner, for those sweet words. I like the diction, the choice of words. Thank you. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, allow me now invite our representative of NODIPU to come and walk us through. NODIPU stands for National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. And I believe the person is already here with us in the building. Kindly come and say a word or two, and thereafter we shall proceed with the program. Right there, yes. The depot. And meanwhile, somebody from NAD also get ready, and UNICEF in that order. But I want to thank all of you for coming once again. Please don't leave this place the way you came. It is a very, very memorable day. You should continue networking, share experiences, so at the end of the symposium at least you have something, some package to take home. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me now hand over this microphone to this special person who is going to share with us her experience. You're most welcome, madam.
Thank you, MC. Our guest of honor, permanent secretaries, all government officials present, development partners, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to this second symposium. My name is Esther Chozira. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of NODIPO. NODIPO is an umbrella organization of persons with disabilities in Uganda. We are delighted to be part of this symposium, and in a special way, I would like to appreciate the government of Uganda, the development partners, all implementing agencies on inclusive education that have seen us today having a successful symposium. I believe we are going to have it successfully done. I want to appreciate the organizers, led by the commissioner, for choosing a very good theme of inclusive education, a journey to sustainable development. We all know that we cannot achieve inclusive education when we are not aligning our activities and programs to the Agenda 2030. And by selecting this theme, we believe that all of us will make a contribution to ensuring that our children with disabilities can attain education, and more so, looking at those that are most marginalized, because we all know that there are many children with disabilities that are not yet benefiting from inclusive education. Our guest of honor in absentia, I would want to remind us, as we discuss the different themes in this symposium, I want to remind us that there were commitments that government made during the Disability Global Summit, and some of them were looking at ensuring that all policies relating to persons with disabilities are actually approved and enforced. In this case, I'm talking about the inclusive education policy that is still pending in cabinet. I hope that as we discuss and come up with recommendations, we shall strategize on how to see this policy out of cabinet approved. Secondly, there was also a commitment to see that more resource centers are renovated in the different regions, but we have not seen any discussions around this, and we want to see this finalized. There was also a commitment to increase the number of students that are attaining higher education in universities from the 64 to the 300. We hope we can come up with strategies of how we can achieve this number. These commitments are crucial to us as NODIPO and organizations of persons with disabilities, and we therefore want to see progress that is being reported as we go on with advocating for inclusive education. I know it's going to be a wonderful event for all of us, trying to check out the milestones we have made in the past 1 year and where we need to go in the next year. So without wasting a lot of time, I want to wish you very good discussions and deliberations during this symposium. And together we can achieve inclusive education. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Executive Director NODIPO, for walking us through. We want to appreciate you and thank you very well for the work well done at that head office. Thank you, and we can't thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen.
Burnett. As Nodipu moves down,
Yes, please.
just to remind you that Nodipu has just celebrated 35 years of existence.
Wow, wow. A big hand clap, ladies and gentlemen, for that.
Yes, about a month ago, Madam Esther Chozira took us to a very huge function where over 300 people came to celebrate with them. You know that if it is a human being, by 35 years, you've married, you've built a house, you've developed so many friends,
True, yes.
and so on, and you are becoming a real man or woman. So I want to thank Nodipu so much for that growth. They did a lot of, they showed us a lot of what they had gone through over the years. And indeed, they are one great organization leading the disability movement in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that milestone, Nodipo, and we love you. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of the time, let's again get back to the program. We have NAD. NAD stands for the Norwegian Association of Disabled, and they're also the main sponsors of this event. One, thank you. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the representative of NAD to come and say a word or two, and thereafter, the UNICEF person also should get ready to do the same. You're most welcome. My brother, one, thank you. NAD has also been here. It has really supported this event, and it's not the first time to work with this group. So we can't thank you enough. My brother, kindly come and walk us through. Then the person to represent UNICEF also should get ready to walk in shortly after this speech. Thank you.
The chief guest in absentia, the officials of ministries, departments, and the agencies of government, representatives from the INGOs and development partners present, my colleagues from the disability movement, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My names are Edson Jirabakunzi, and I currently work for NAD, Norwegian Association of Disabled in Uganda, and I've also been in disability movement for some time, for those who know me. I worked with my colleague Esther, and I'm happy Esther is taking the mantle at Nodipu. Allow me to talk briefly about NAD, because I think some people may not know NAD, and it would be unfair not to speak briefly about what NAD is. NAD is a registered international organization in Oslo, Norway. It has been in development work for the last 30 years. It has worked with government of Uganda for a long time. For those of us who know the CBR program, I talked about it in the last First Inclusive Education. This was championed by NAD itself. So it has great work it has done as far as personal disabilities in Uganda are concerned. I will not go into further details. However, we've decided to have a country office so that we are closer to our people, to our communities here in Uganda, and that's why you see me standing here to speak on behalf of NAD. I'm extremely happy to speak today. I last spoke in this gathering in the first Inclusive Education Symposium, and in that meeting I thanked all of you. We made serious commitments as far as inclusive education is concerned. We also did agree on so many recommendations. And for me, I will not go into the details of that because I know this meeting will take stock of that and you will definitely make the next action plan of what you want to see. However, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the government of Uganda for giving us the environment to operate. And I don't want to take it for granted, incidentally, because in other spaces, we don't necessarily operate. But now that the government gives us opportunity to operate, we have to pledge our commitment to continue working with the government in implementing the inclusive education program. And it is NAD's approach to work with government, to work with partners like all of us here, but also to work with individuals, to work with our communities, because the constituents we address or we support is in all those spaces. Allow me to touch briefly on this inclusive education. I had the privilege to monitor last 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, one of the project's sites in Shema and Kamwenje. My other colleagues went in other districts. It was amazing that people appreciate to bring their colleagues and brothers into the same room. Brothers and sisters who are deaf and blind, brothers and sisters who walk like myself, and I could easily see them in a classroom. But what changes was the mindset. What changed was the mindset. Why? I was able to see classrooms that would literally be like where I was passing, and parents in the communities had provided for teachers, okay? Improvised ramps. They got sacks of sand, they piled them to the classroom, and the child who was crawling could crawl to class easily. The child who had the wheelchair would be pushed with a lot of difficulty, but would enter in the class with dignity and respect. In my opinion, that was mindset change. It had nothing to do with resources. It had all to do with change in mind. I don't know whether that's what it means, but of course, positive attitude towards what we do matters a lot. In other words, if they had the necessary resources, then they would have put up a ramp, the actual ramp that we know, that we see in our communities. This program, I'm talking about my monitoring visit, what I saw. This program, I think, is doing amazing work again. Why? I could see the persons with disabilities who are training the program. I could see the local leaders who are training the program. And I could see even the government officials at the district agitated and excited in this program. And I'm sure, Madam Musara, you could have seen, I noticed they had even written not a petition. I think they had made a request through the chief administrative officer, particularly in Shema, requesting for subvention grant with evidence of what they have done within the limited resources. So, it works, it can work, and it will work. It's all about us to decide to be individually responsible. It is our responsibility, it is my responsibility, it is our parents' responsibility, it is the responsibility of government and all of us in this meeting. But everybody has a role to play. I therefore want to end here and commit on behalf of NAD that we will continue to work with government. We will continue to work with other development partners, our colleagues, I see them in the meeting, and I will continue to ensure that we ask and take a milestone of how far we have reached. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop here and thank you all for coming, for God and my country.
Thank you, Brother Edson. Give him another hand clap of appreciation. Thank you, Nad. You have been here, and it is evident that what you are doing can be seen by everyone. Bwana Sema, something to add on?
Oh, just to thank NAD so much, the Norwegian Association of the Disabled, for always being around disability issues in Uganda. Not only did they support so seriously the first symposium, but everywhere in the country, if you talk about disability issues, Norwegian Association is there. Edison, please help us thank the people of Norway so much for that support. And please tell them we continue to receive more and more and more. And indeed, we look forward to the third symposium where NAD will still continue. I know that we shall be told the much they have given us at this event. But I think I've seen one bag reading NAD. There are those who have this one, but there are also those that have the other one. Yes. Who is the sponsor of that? NAD. Okay, and then who is the sponsor of this? Share Foundation. Okay, we shall slowly by slowly mention who has given what, but that bag is rare in Africa. That one coming from NAD. Just check the quality and the makeup. You realize that indeed it comes all the way from Norway. So thank you very much, Edson. Proceed, Bwana Bennett.
All right, thank you very much. And I think if we get also that bag, it's better for us. So at least we go with 2 bags, right? For balancing the boat, eh? All right, thank you very much.
And one, as long as you get, whether 1 or 2, it's okay, but as long as you get a bag.
All right, point noted. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, we also have somebody from UNICEF. He's going to come and say a word or two. Then, shall also get ready for the presentations. After the presentations, then we shall go for break tea. But kindly, if you are fasting, you are free to continue with your agenda of observation. Thank you. UNICEF, please come and walk us through.
Thank you so much. I'm called Akwi Esther. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm an education officer at UNICEF, but also a focal point for inclusion. Our guest of honor in absentia, the Commissioner, SNE Department, Ministry of Education and Sports, the whole fraternity of Ministry of Education and Sports, education development partners present, CSOs, other institutions. I want to observe all protocol. The teachers, you know, sometimes we forget to mention you, but you're very critical in this discussion. Thank you so much. As UNICEF, we are quite very pleased to be associated with this event today because we are talking about inclusion. And for us, it means that we are leaving no child behind. And I think in Uganda, our aim is to ensure that every child attends education by having access. Every child is able to survive through the education system, and every child is able to complete his or her education system and achieve his or her full potential. And I think as UNICEF, that is our commitment and it's our mandate, because we are, as an institution, we are what we are because of the children. And of course, what pertains them is what makes our existence. So we are actually very pleased to be here this morning, and especially to be a part of the team that has come made this day happen. I think the previous speaker did hint on the issue of changing of mindset. And I think for us, it is something that is very critical, and maybe we shall continue to hear it as different presenters make their presentations. Oftentimes, it does humble us to hear a child being denied to access a school because he or she has a disability. And they are bold enough to say it in front of this child, on her face or on his face. So you can imagine, besides the different challenges the child is going through, and then you hear this from a school and from a person who is an educationalist. So I think as educationalists, we need to change our mindsets as we look at different learners that come through our education institutions. Because oftentimes, I'm a trained teacher. We are trained to teach every child. I know we don't have all the skills, but I think it's about thinking, how do we get this child to school? How do we provide for the needs of this particular child? I think that should be our discussion. And not that this child is disabled, so we cannot attend or we cannot provide that education, that particular child. So I think for me, that should really be a key in terms of fronting and breaking and unlocking barriers to education or to inclusion per se. So when we look at inclusion, actually, we look at it more broadly because we're looking at not only children with disabilities, but we're also looking at refugees. We are looking at the girl child that is out there and probably is more vulnerable and needs this support. But you'll notice that even within those spaces, we still have children with disabilities. So you can imagine if you're a girl and you're disabled, and then you go through a challenge, for example, now the very high rate of pregnancy that happened through the lockdown, how are we addressing it as an entity? How are we addressing it as a people that are here to talk about inclusion? So I think for me, that should also be very key in terms of what are we doing to ensure that while we are trying to bring all girls back to school, what are we doing about the other girl who is even more vulnerable than a girl who may not have a disability at all? What are we doing for the refugee girls who are out there, who are more vulnerable than their other fellow refugees, for example? So really ensuring that every child has an opportunity, every child's learner's needs are being addressed should be some key aspect of our discussion. So in discussing inclusion, of course, at the back of our minds, it is about addressing the SDG 4, which already the Commission allowed it to. So I think for us really seeing us moving this direction and also at the same time addressing and trying to achieve, driving towards achievement of SDG 4 is very critical for us as an institution. So again, really showing our commitment and willingness to work together with government, to work together with the ministry to ensure that we actually do achieve this SDG. Just to mention that UNICEF currently is also a chair now of the Education Development Partners Group. And I think with that platform provided, we are committed to ensure that we work with other development partners and drive to ensure that education system provided in this country is inclusive, it is equitable, gender sensitive, and every child attains at the end of the day. So really for me is just to share our voice with us all, to associate with the discussions today, because I know in the course of the day we shall have more other presentations, maybe from more technical people who are hands-on, who will share with us the experiences, lessons that we are willing to take on. So with these few remarks, allow me end here and really wish all of us very good deliberation, but I think among all, I hope by the time we leave this session in the next 2 days, our mindsets will be changed. We shall be able to become ambassadors who will change many more. I mean, I'm quite sure that most of us here already changed, but I think we need to do a little more to see that more of the people who are out there, who are educationalists by profession, even those who are not, the parents, they actually are able to be supported to get the children achieve the kind of education we want them to achieve and the life we want every child to live. I say that for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, and thank you very much for all that have given us the opening remarks. Next time when I deliver a girl, I should name her Esther, because I see the name Esther seems to be a name for celebrities Among the only 4 speakers this morning, 2 of them were Esthers. Did you notice? So it seems that name is a great one, and indeed, so far I don't have a girl child yet, and everywhere I go I appeal to those who have the formula to help me know how to get there. Otherwise, thank you, Burnett, for that moment. That was a moment of presentations. Dear Commissioner, you reminded us about the hectic activities we have at this symposium. Indeed, you mentioned we have 12 presentations, and we shall get them. You also mentioned that we have 2 keynote speakers. And I know that when the time for the first keynote speaker comes, he'll be introduced fully in all his capacities. But when I checked the internet quickly, I saw that that person comes from Ghana. And I wanted to ask us, which great things do you know about Ghana? Anybody who knows about Ghana as a country? Before we come to that moment of listening to that great man, he'll come at this time. Anybody? Nobody knows about Ghana. Who studied geography? I think it was famous for cocoa growing. Cocoa growing. Okay, who knows about soccer? I think it is among the few African teams that went for World Cup. Although they left a little early, I think they wanted to go back home and prepare for the next. But of course, there are very few countries that had gone to. So that man comes from a great country. When I was still at university, I was in a great hall called Nkrumah Hall, and that name was named according to that former president of Ghana. So we are looking forward to that moment. The commissioner mentioned that Uganda is a signatory to so many commitments, and I remembered that I was part of the meeting that was called the Second Global Disability Summit. I was actually the MC at the physical event. Otherwise, this was a global event that took place, I think, in Norway. And just to remind us quickly, what did Uganda commit in terms of education? One, she mentioned, finalize, disseminate, and implement inclusive policy. 2, renovate and revive additional 3 regional education assessment resource centers. 3, conduct teacher capacity building with special needs education, including specialized pedagogy. 4, amend the criteria for assessing students with disability under the quota system. And 5, proportionally increase the number of students with disabilities accessing government sponsorship in higher learning institutions in a pro rata manner. Priority will be proportionally to increase from 64 to 320. I tell you, I was present when the Prime Minister of Uganda made these commitments on behalf of Uganda. So I think I wish we clap for that summit, because I know we are heading there. But our brothers in Ministry of Gender also came up with what they called Uganda National Parenting Guidelines. And the guidelines are quite a detail, but I only saw one that is relevant for us here. One of the guidelines says that one of the key responsibilities of parents is to do what? Where is it? Okay, raising children with special needs. It is brought out as a key activity for every parent, not a duty that should be left for other people. So thank you very much for the reminder. My sister Nodipu, thank you for the message. And indeed, as per your request, the policy is being expedited. My brother Edison, we've already thanked you enough. You noted that you thanked the government of Uganda for giving space to disability movements to actually do their work. And I want to confirm that I've been to quite a number of countries, and I know that not in many countries that you can find people with disability enjoying freedom like all the others. Either you'll find the country considering them as people who are not knowledgeable or who are very slow, they are excluded in everything, they are discriminated, they are stigmatized, they are denied opportunities and so on. But in Uganda, don't we have a full ministry in charge of disability? We do. Don't you also have a full minister? We have a full minister. Don't you also have a full department at the Ministry of Education for disability? Fully fledged with different, and we have quite a number of organizations. So we need to clap for the government of Uganda and to thank His Excellency, and in particular Mama, to ensuring, for our sector Mama, for ensuring that issues of disability are brought forward. Finally, as we get to Shao, I'm saying all this as I wait for Shao, by the way, I didn't tell them. Shao, can we get here for that entertainment. Finally, Esther from UNICEF reminded us about the need for inclusion, not only of learners with disability, but also of the other learners that have other challenges. And one of the learners he mentioned were refugees. But I also want to remind us at this symposium, Chow, can you come over to usher us into break tea with that entertainment? And Chow is a Spina Bifida Foundation of Uganda, okay? And Madame Naluja is really handy in preparing the team all the time. So, Madame Esther UNICEF, just reminding us that inclusion involves including all the children, the refugees, and so on. But that reminded me, one group of children we're also struggling to really include these days are the teenage mothers. We have, as a ministry, allowed them to return to school even after delivering. But we have often heard voices saying, these are sinners, these are condemned, these are spoiled children. The other day, I asked a reverend father, with due respect to any other reverend who would be here, why the church thinks these are sinners. And that if they are indeed sinners, if we chase them away from church, then who will remain? Because they are telling us, don't allow them in our schools. Then we said, have you chased them away from church? Because if you chase them away from church, then it means they don't qualify to live. Otherwise, inclusion means all of them. Are we coming over here? Okay. My brother is also coming over. You're the one coming over. Please do. Take the mobile mic from Burnett, entertain us, and deliver us to breakfast.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Associate Divine Alia. I'm 12 years old. I go to Budo Junior School. I'm now a candidate and I'm the disciplinary prefect of Budo Junior School. Today, it's a special day for all of us in the struggle to make inclusive education a reality. Inclusive education is a process and it calls for collective responsibility of all of us as parents, teachers, learners, development partners, and etc. As learners, we are aware that we are the target, but it is important that we also get to know our role in the struggle. So, this morning, we are spearheading the awareness raising through music. So at this juncture, allow me invite the show music team for its presentation. Thank you.
You need one mic or two? You don't
support approach ekyusisa abazadde nze ndaba kati basitukiddemu ne batutwala ku masomero ku kino ne bawa ne bannaabwe amagezi abalina abaana be bamu laba mindset ekyuse ku ky'abaana b'obulemu obuntubulamu peer to peer support approach naffe abaana ab'obulemu etuyigiriza okuyambagana ebyo ngo bitadde ku bbali waliwo obukiiko obuyitibwa SIT obujjuvu school inclusion ttiimu bye bigambo obonna ne bukola nnyo bwakalondoozi ku ffe abaliko obulemu okulaba nti ku ssomero gye ndi n'okulaba bwe nsoma ku siiti kubaako omusomesa n'omuzadde n'omwana n'obuwaka n'omukulu w'eddiini ne lokolida siiti muzongeremu amaanyi ekalabalaba okusoma kwaffe zikola empuliziganya nnungi nnyo siiti zibeewo abaana bammwe abaliko dembe lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero dembe lyaffe nga tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala abaana bammwe abaliko dembe lyaffe naffe okuba mu ssomero dembe lyaffe nga tuli wamu n'abaana bonna abalala
Thank you very much. Let's just get the opportunity to know each by name, just in a minute. Give the mic to the first one there. Name and school, name and school, name and school.
My name is Catherine Akanyiga, University of Kisubi, third year.
Oh, you're even at university. Which course? Back to you.
Masters of Science in Clinical Psychology.
Masters already. Okay.
My name is Atkunda Bevin, and I'm from St. James Pina Primary School.
Class?
Primary. I was promoted to primary 5.
Okay, I know you can't forget that one. Castin, we already know you, but you can tell us more.
My name is Blessing Castin. I go to Kingston International School. I was promoted to primary 4.
Sure. Congratulations.
My name is Okeo Danye. My school is St. Athanasius. I was promoted to primary 4.
Okay.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sachel Grace. I'm from Police Children's School, and I was promoted to primary 7.
Okay. I'm very sure nobody has not yet received a report. Okay.
My name is Nadonge France from Macquarie University, Education.
Bachelor's in Education. Waiting for you to teach our children.
My name is Bagara Rahim. My school is St. Athanasius Nursery and Primary School. I was promoted in primary 4.
Primary 4. Welcome, Rahim.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Which class?
I'm Harriet Nambeja. I was promoted to P2. Sharp.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is Asasure Divine Alia, and I got Budo Junior School, and I was promoted to P7.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natkunda Zahara, and I've just sat my PLE. I'm from Mutundwe Church of Uganda Primary School.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Kiske Hassan. I was promoted to P7. I come from Police Children's School.
Okay, and
good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
By name is Umongi Nicholas. I sat my PLE and I'm from Mutundwe Church of Uganda Primary School.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nagaba Gracious. I was promoted to P7. I come from St. James Pina Primary School.
Okay, thank you very much. And
good
Madam?
morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Baby Ruth from Baby Class.
Okay.
Shao Primary School. Nice to meet you all.
We had an MTN marathon recently, and they were telling us we're not running for the other bigger babies. We are running for. So it were possibly you that were telling us about.
No babies like me.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
we thank Shao so much. Please kindly get back. Let's get to the mood for tea and proceed with the rest of the activities. Otherwise, our dear children, thank you for entertaining us. And I want to assure you the sky is the limit for you. You can get into any career, any job, you can get to any part of the world. I remember when I was still a teacher, I taught a one-name monk, David, in Gombe, Says, and I was very proud to learn that over the last about 3 years, he's the world champion, a monk, David from Uganda, world champion of marathon among the disabled. So I know that we can all make it. Thank you so much for this session. I saw Professor Tekako over there. Professor Tekako, just stand up a bit. Professor Tekako is from Japan. I saw her enjoying the Luganda song, and I was wondering, is she connecting the language? But I think, yes, the sign language interpreter has got the message to her very well. Thanks for the work you are doing that side. May we now get into the break team mode. Allow me to pray for the tea and the eats accompanying it. Dear Lord, we thank you very much that we are here for this symposium. We thank you for bringing us here safely and for leading us this far. Now that we have break tea before us, dear Lord, we know that there are many people out there who have high appetite but with nothing to eat. There are also very many who have what to eat but without appetite. We are glad that those of us in this room have both what to eat and the appetite. May we enjoy them in your name, and may they energize us to enjoy this symposium. In your name I've prayed. Amen. I know that the tea is set behind. One usher, can you help direct our people? One of all the ushers, direct our people where the tea is. And then you could also try to find out those that may need to be served from where they are, so that we serve them from there. We shall continue to recognize individual arrivals, but I'm getting very excited. I can see that our keynote speakers are already in this room. They'll be introduced to us, but also some of the presenters and session chairs are also in this room. We want to thank them for keeping time and for being here. So my dear ushers, find out who needs to be served from where they are. Hotel staff, you can also assist in this case. Hotel staff, please help us find out those who may need to access the tea from where they are so that we move a little faster. Otherwise, we are agreeing to enjoy the break for the next 15 minutes, and at exactly 10 past, we shall be getting into the mood for the keynote speaker, the first keynote speaker. And Dr. Pamela, I know, is getting ready for that session. How I wish that Dr. Pamela gets a cup of tea in advance so that she prepares for her session. Thank you. DJ, that cool music to enable us swallow the tea comfortably. Ladies and gentlemen, as you continue to pick your bite and your drink, just remind you that we want to try as much as possible to be on time at this event so that we cover all that we plan to do. I remember that last time we went into panic mode and we had to rush a few things. This time we preferred that we start on time and also move on time and end on time. So, as you pick the tea, I'm also informed that we can do a working tea. After all, the session coming next is about one person talking. So there is no problem. But before we get there, we want to continue recognizing a number of people who are in our space. They really pardon me if I skip a few. Otherwise, we earlier mentioned that all our dear partners shown on this board are with us, and we appreciate their presence and their support. But there could be a few that are not on the board. Statewide Insurance Company, you are here. Just put up your hand. Statewide Company, I guess the CEO. Statewide Insurance, we saw you around here, and we thank you for the work you do. We are told you are located at Shore House, Plot 1, Bombo Road. We'll get there for the services that side. Christian Blind Mission. Christian Blind Mission, where are we? I know we are here, maybe still on the line for tea. The last time we were at the Nudipu event, I received a very beautiful t-shirt and cape from Christian Blind Mission, and I walk smartly with it through my village. VVOB Adjuman Team. Yes, VVOB Adjuman Team is over there. Thank you very much for all that you do. Humanity and Inclusion. Humanity and Inclusion, thank you. The ED himself is here, and he led a team. Thank you very much for the work you do. Insurance Training College. Insurance Training College, possibly still having tea. The LC5 chairperson, Shema District, all the way from Shema. You're okay, very, very present, and I know that she's a very serious gender activist, but I also want to imagine she is a very serious disability activist. We welcome you. And she came along with the DEO Shema. Did I see well? DEO Shema, where are you? Where? DEO Shema is up. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But I also know that we have many other DEOs in our space. DEO, do we have the district education officer from Kamwenge? DEO Kamwenge is not in. But I'm very sure we have the LC5 chairperson of Kamwenge. LC5 chairperson of Kamwenge, kindly wave to us. Oh, possibly out a bit. The Cow Shema. Cow Shema, When we see the accounting officers in our space, then we know as you allocate budget, there must be some budget for disability issues. Okay, welcome, Mr. Cow. Cow Kamwenge is brief. Okay, Cow Kamwenge is also in. We also have the district planner, Shema. District planner, Shema is over there. The planners plus the cows plus the DEOs. How can we fail to have disability issues planned for? We have head teachers from Bugonji. Head teacher Bugonji. Okay, head teacher Sheche. Head teacher Kagazi. We have a head teacher from Kamwenge again. We have a head teacher from Matele. Matele. Malere. Where is this head teacher? Okay, trying to defend the school name. Thank you so much. Ruamwanji Primary School. Is that the same school? Malere Ruamwanji Primary School, or those are different? They are different. Where's Ruamwanji Primary? Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Teacher. Okay, we also have the DEO of Moyo. DEO Moyo. DEO Moyo, but where is he? But DEO Moyo, you come from a great district where we also have our Honorable Minister of State for Primary Education as the Honorable Member of Parliament for that district. DEO Yumbe. Oh, welcome, DEO Yumbe. I know that the refugee challenge is big that side, as well as the number of teenage pregnancies. I've been there and I was puzzled. Luca. Oh, the DEO Luca is here. I marry from Busoga and I understand all the problems of Busoga very well. I know there are issues of disability, but also issues of teenage pregnancy. Mayuge DEO? Yes, welcome, Mr. DEO Mayuge. I know that DEO Mayuge knows me by name, but he has never met me. DEO Mayuge? I know that you know me by name. We've communicated over something. DEO PG? Welcome from PG. DEO Achiso? Oh, I know he's represented. Okay, because I know the Mr. Chiinji very well. This must be DIS, is it? DIS Wachiso? Okay, welcome. DEO Gulu? Is it Gulu or Gulu? Gulu. Okay, DEO Gulu. DEO Chitigum? Is it also Chitigum or Kitgum? I always want to endeavor to pronounce them well. Even Pada is not Pada, I think it is Pada. Eh? Okay, we shall have that other session later. Inspectors of schools for the above districts are also present. All the districts I've mentioned. Any DEO that I've not mentioned in our space? DEO? Amuru. Thank you very much. We heard the other day that Amuru was turning into a sugarcane growing area. I don't know how far you've gone with that, but I know when business booms, it's okay. So VVOB, I mentioned LC5 Shema. We have media team. We have a big media team. We have Chambogo University team. And I know this team has so many doctors, including Dr. Elia Paul, whom I just saw coming in a while ago. Dr. Kwaput. Dr. Kwaput is around. Yes, thank you for coming. Dr. Joseph Nato Odeke is also over the other table. Dr. Naboth from Makerere is over here. I saw him coming in a while ago. Dr. Daniel Alenyo. Dr. Daniel. Oh, so that is a table of doctors. I want to sit on such a table very soon. I want to come to you for mentoring on how to become a doctor, an academic doctor. Dean Busitema University, Mr. Wanyama, is also here. The Dean. Oh, which side is the Dean? We shall continue to recognize all the others as they come. At this very hour, allow me. ED Sense International, all representative, kindly join Commissioner over here for an engagement, I'm sure, with media. Can you humbly get there so that the media can pick the right things from us at this event? I want to take this honor to invite Dr. Pamela. Dr. Pamela is coming to chair a session on that includes two activities. One is the first keynote speech from none other than Professor Dr. Wisdom Emperor. I know that Dr. Pamela will introduce that professor more fully. But as for me, let me just tell you a little more about Dr. Pamela here as she comes up. Where is Dr. Pamela now? Okay, all I know is that Dr. Pamela is an officer in the Department of Special Needs Education at the Ministry of Education and Sports. She narrated her story to us the other time we were celebrating Nodipo at 35, and she said she began her life as that girl who was discriminated and stigmatized at the village level, and nobody ever knew that she would go that far. Doctor, I want to thank you so much for going that far, that you have gone, and for continuing to go far, because the way I know you, I know the sky is the limit. So yes, I was trying to look for doctor's summary here, but the fact is she's very passionate about disability and inclusion. I think she has attended all meetings and symposium related to disability. Welcome, Doctor. Kindly take us through that session. You'll only allow us, the MC, to interrupt you a bit where we feel there's need. Otherwise, you are in charge of this session to take us through the first keynote speech and the presentation from NCDC. At the end of the two, we shall have a few remarks and comments coming from our audience. Just to confirm, as I hand over to Dr. Pamela, our online audience, can I be connected to talk to one of them? My IT team, is it possible to know who is on? I know the last time I checked, we had 30 participants online. Can I have any participant online say hello? Make that possible. IT team and public address. Yes. Any that is ready, just unmute. Greet us, tell us who you are as we get into the next session. Is anybody indicating that he wants to talk to us? Okay. Okay, our online participants are on. I just want to hear a voice or two, just to confirm that they are there.
Hello.
Oh, good morning. Who is this? Hello. National Aid Services, International Aid Services. You are very much welcome. The event started on time and we are proceeding. We appeal to you to listen in to the keynote speaker coming shortly. Any other? Yes? Humanity and inclusion. Okay, thank you very much. I was simply taking a sample to confirm that we are not alone. Finally. Hello? I had a child voice. I wanted to hear that voice. Okay. Hello? Tell us your name and where you are. Juliet Unatu. Okay, I know that Juliet is not a child, but thank you very much for being with us. And all the others, we shall provide opportunity. We shall provide opportunity later to know the details of who is online. Doctor, over to you. Can we have that other mic?
Good morning once again. Good morning once again. Inclusive education, oye. Inclusive education, oye. Disability is not inability, oye. That's good. I wanted to see whether we are all alert. I take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker. He's most welcome. Before I talk about him, I want him to be here in front so that we can be ready to receive the bread and the butter from Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Semakura, for introducing me. I don't need to introduce myself again. Our keynote speaker, you are most welcome. I don't know who is interpreting for him. We need somebody face-to-face. Eye contact, the keynote address, the keynote speaker with the sign language interpreter. Kindly come. Thank you very much. Our keynote address, our speaker for today is Dr. Wisdom Kwajo Mupra, who is a senior lecturer at the Center for Disability and Rehabilitation Studies, Department of Health Promotion and Disability Studies, School of Public Health, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. He was the head of department until October 2022. He holds a diploma in education, Bachelor of Arts, Geography, and Master of Philosophy, Geography from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. And he holds a PhD, Disability Studies, from the University of Illinois at Chicago, USA. His areas of interest and expertise include disability theory, deaf studies, sexual and reproductive health, specifically focusing on several persons with disabilities and disability inclusive policies. Dr. Wisdom has conducted research both locally and international in the areas of sexual and reproductive health, education and employment of persons with disabilities, and he is a member of the technical committee reviewing the Persons with Disabilities Act 715 of Ghana. He's going to take us through about Ghana's inclusive education experiences, Ghana's inclusive education journey, looking at the successes, challenges, and excuses. Let us join our hands together to welcome our keynote speaker, none other than Dr. Wisdom Kwajo Mupra. Dr. Wisdom, you are most welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Kindly, somebody who is projecting, we request that you project the PowerPoint for Dr. Wisdom.
Follow this. How to use this? I think first of all, I want to thank those who made it possible for me to attend this program. My good friend, Dr. Patrick, I don't know how to spell his second name, Opurani's second name, and my sponsors. I want to thank all of them. I am a deaf person, but completely deaf. I can't hear anything. I can't even use hearing aids. But I have tried to maintain my. In fact, I don't have disabled persons in mind. Among my students, we had just about 2 or 3 blind students and 1 physically disabled student. All of them are hearing and they do not have a disability. So when I started around 2013, previously I taught in deaf school for 10 years. And then when I started teaching, lecturing at the university. I was the only deaf person in the university. In fact, I was the first deaf person to use a sign language interpreter in that university. And so inclusive education, yes, I had a lot of challenges, and then how to managing this inclusive thing. So I'm here to try and speak on Ghana's experience on inclusive education. In fact, the topic is very, very, very broad. Very, very broad. So I can't speak on everything. I will try to give the major points. So my slides, major things that I'll be talking about. Okay. So we'll be moving it. Okay. So I will start with the structure of the Ghana. Oh, it's working. It's working. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I want to talk about the structure of the Ghana education system. The Ghana operates a dual structure. We have the special. Is it okay? Okay. We have the special schools or special education, and then the mainstream education. Mainstream and some special schools have the three-type education system. Okay, the three-type means that we have the preschool system, and a 9-year basic education. Okay. We have a 9-year basic education, that is 6-year primary school and then 3-year junior high school. All students, including the disabled person, go through this, except those with intellectual disabilities, deaf, blind, and physical disabled persons. They go through this system, but they shouldn't stay in school a bit longer than the hearing students. They shouldn't stay at the basic level. They stay 1 year longer, and at the senior high school level, they also stay 1 year longer. And then after your 3 years, you go to the senior high school, and the senior high school after that, you can go to attend the tertiary institutions. This is what colleges for education and nursing colleges and then technical universities. But blind students will stay in a special school. They will stay in a special school up to the basic level. Then when they are entering the senior high school, they join mainstream. In fact, that has been the practice. So we have 3 selected senior high school. They can't join any senior high school at all. There are 3 selected senior high schools. When they finish the basic in a special school, that's the blind school for the blind schools, then they move to the senior high school in the mainstream. But for those students, they will have to go through the special school at the basic level and then the senior high school level. It is only when you are going to the tertiary level, like the universities and the colleges of education, that they enter the mainstream. So blind students start their inclusive from senior high school. And this started long time ago. So they have a lot of experience on what you call integration or inclusive education. And then we have the body that manages education in Ghana is the Ministry of Education. That is the policy-making body. And under it, we have a lot of our agencies, the Ghana Education Service, the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, the West African Examination Council. Well, the list is there. I don't want to pronounce all of them. But the most important one I wanted to focus on will be what? The Ghana Education Service, because they manage inclusive education. Under the Ghana Education Service, they have 3 programs. The pre-tertiary education management, and this is how the management, those who manage office or department, that manage the education at the various levels, regional, district, and national levels. And then the basic education, comprising kindergarten, primary, and junior high school. Then secondary education, comprising what? Technical education, and then the special and inclusive education. But we don't have a department for what? Inclusive education. The divisions are the schools and instruction division, the guidance counseling division, the school health program division, and the special education division. So you see, we have a special education division, but I see that Uganda, you have a special education and inclusive education. But we have a special education, and when we started inclusive education, we didn't change it. So it's what? Special education. So we don't have a special department for inclusive education. The special education division still manages inclusive education. Before inclusive education, Ghana was practicing integrated system. I talk about blind students finishing their basic level and then entering the senior high school. That kind of integration they were practicing. And those who have physical disabilities, we didn't have any special schools for them. So they were forced to use the existing schools, mainstream schools. So it's kind of integration. And then also, inclusive education was influenced by our international organizations and policies. Our inclusive education, like Ghana, we signed some documents, international treaties, and that was influencing us. I think Uganda too has a similar issue. So at the local level, we have the constitution that requires that we should have, everybody should have access to what? Education. But it didn't talk about inclusive education. Then we have the national legal document. That document also talk about what inclusive education for all. Then we have the Ghana strategic fund, education strategic fund. This one also talk about what's access to education for all, but didn't mention inclusive education. Then we have the Persons with Disability Act. It was passed in 2006. I'll talk briefly about it later on. Then there were international bodies. Ghana is a signatory to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And that one mandates what is mandates that we should what? And practice inclusive education. And Ghana is committed in what? Meeting those provisions in the what convention. There were the creation of education for all, the standard rules of equalization opportunity of persons with disability, and the Star America, the states in Ghana is a signatory to that, and the Millennium Development Goals. I hope I'm not rushing. Am I okay? Okay. Then in September 2015, Ghana was expected, as expected, because that is the year we expected to roll out our inclusive education, but it didn't work well. And we started some piloting in 20 districts, and this was funded by UNICEF. And then the policy, the inclusive education policy, was launched in 2016. And then there was a steering committee to work on that. Then I realized that Uganda, according to that, Uganda introduced inclusive education in 1997. If that is true, then it means Ghana is far behind Uganda. It means Uganda started this long time before years. And here Uganda also had this free compulsory university education policy. Yes, Ghana also had it, but access to education for all, but it didn't mention inclusive education. It was inclusive, it was access education to everybody. So it was just about 10 years after the FQ before we started through inclusive education. I said I was talking about the Disability Act. That is our Disability Act. It was passed in 2006. And the main area that talk about education is that, and then the parents, guardian, custodian of a child with disability or school going age shall enroll the child in her school. A parent, and that's what a penalty if you refuse to do that, you will get a punishment. And that the Minister of Education shall, by legislative instrument, designate schools or institutions in each region which shall provide the necessary facilities and equipment that will enable persons with disability to fully benefit. In fact, this is the only thing in our act that is what related to inclusion. In fact, that hasn't mentioned anything on inclusive education, but this is the only provision in the act that has something or related to inclusive education. By saying that it will what practice at what only the regional level, selected regions, and now we have 16 regions. At the time this act was passed, we only had 10 regions. It means we're just going to have 10 schools, but now we have 16 regions. So if we follow it means selected schools from the 16 regions to practice inclusion. But that is not so. What we are actually doing is what completely different from what the Act says. We also have a language policy, and I see our language policy is similar to the language policy of Uganda, and that the current language policy mandates that the use of the child's first language as the language of instruction from kindergarten through grade 3, with English as what? As the afterwards. English is taught as a subject in the lower primary grades, while Ghanaian language became a subject of study from grade 4 to grade 9. After that, there is another policy statement that seems to be contradicting this, that where teachers and learning materials are available and linguistic composition of classes is fairly uniform, the child's first language must be used as the dominant medium of instruction of a yes. You see, the first thing we are saying that what the child's first language should be used. So every child should use what's benefit from his own language. But the second thing, the policy statement is saying that when you have a very large crowd with a different types of languages, you have to select just one. But this was very, very, very difficult to practice in Ghana. In the multilingual system, you have more than 10 languages in the class. How are you going to choose one and then do? That's what. So this thing is not practiced anywhere in Ghana. In fact, it cannot be practiced because most teachers do not know, may not even know the local languages, because you are told you are transferred to another region, you may not know the local language. So how do you teach it? And most of the local language are not written. So what are you going to teach? So this policy is a very good thing, but on paper. Then our inclusive education policy. These are the objectives of our inclusive education policy. One, policy objective one, to improve and adapt education and latest systems and structures to enable the inclusion of all learners, particularly learners with special education needs. And there are strategies there. There are strategies there towards promote this. But there are a lot of them. I just try to pick a few of them, plenty strategies. Then policy 2 says that promote a universal design for learning, learner-friendly schools, environment for enhancing the quality of education. There are also strategies there. A lot of them are picked just this. I highlighted the second strategy, review and align assessment process, benchmark and method to ensure quality. Yeah, they are talking about assessment, how we should assess students and other things. I highlighted that because that is very, very, very problematic. It's very, very hard to do. You see, we have no plan for that, no plan to way to do this assessment. We are still using a very rigid system. I will talk about that. Then, objective 4, to promote the development of well-informed and then trained human resource cadre for the inclusive education. Yes, and here they are talking about training teachers. Then what inclusive education as a course in schools. And then the existing teachers, you see, some of them completed the universities or the education years before we started the inclusive education, and they have no knowledge of inclusive education. All teachers should have some knowledge, so there should be in-service training for them. Then objective 3, a sustainable, ensure sustainability of inclusive education. And there are also strategies to how to do that. So the main underlying principles of our inclusive education, that every child has the right to quality education. That's all children should have equal opportunity for access to education. All children can learn and benefit from inclusive education. No child should be excluded or discriminated against within education on the grounds of race, sex, color, language, age, all that. So no discrimination is allowed. All aspects of education, including curriculum, teaching, method, assessment, school, culture, and environment, present the opportunity to promote inclusion. And then individual differences and learnings are a source of a richness and diversity and not a problem. We should see diversity as what? A value, very good thing, but not a problem. We should accept everyone. And the regular schools with an inclusive orientation are the most effective means to combating discrimination, building an inclusive society, and achieving education for all. So these are our principles. But our inclusive education, they have 6 models they wanted to practice. 6 models we wanted to practice. The model 1 is integrated education program for children with low vision and blindness. Focus only on people with low vision and blind in mainstream. So this is one that we have, a first one. Then a second one model is special schools as home for people with blindness. People with blindness are admitted in special schools for the deaf. Yes, some of the special schools for the deaf now admit people with blindness. For originally, we just had 3 schools for the blind in the country, but now some day schools accept children with blindness. And for inclusive schools with special units for intellectually disabled, that's the third one. Here you have the mainstream, and then you have a unit of what intellectually disabled attached to it. Those with intellectually disabled, they don't stay on campus. They will go come and go and come. But we have special schools for intellectually disabled, special schools for them. And those who will not stay there, want to practice inclusive, they will attend this one, a mainstream with what the special school attached. And then they'll go and come, they will practicing, they will give them all the resources with the special teachers, and they'll go and come. And then we'll have inclusive schools with special education teacher support. This one, like inclusive schools, selected inclusive schools, then we have trained resource teachers. We call them resource teachers. And these resource teachers will go around the schools and support the teachers in the classroom who could not handle children. But this one created a big problem because the resource teachers were not giving cash to travel. They were using their own pocket money to travel around. And another problem is that, some of these resource teachers are just young teachers. So the senior teacher did not feel comfortable having a teacher sitting by watching what they are doing or trying to tell them what they should do. You see, so there was some conflict between the resource teachers and then the teachers in the school. You see, some of them didn't feel comfortable having another teacher sitting in their classroom watching them, someone supervising what they are doing. So that was a problem. And then they have a hostel facility. The hostel facility, this one, it didn't work. Then we have what? The standard, inclusive care standard. They provide access to what? Schools. Provide access to all schools means the school environment should be changed, should adjust to make all the schools accessible. This one is very, 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 very difficult because almost all our schools are not accessible. They don't have ramps and they don't have that. So how do you change it? It's very, very difficult. We have broken staircases and all that. Very, very difficult to do. And then provide health and safety in all schools, first aid. Also, not something that we are doing, but we say we should do. And every school, private or should provide learning opportunities for learning process. Yes, that's another standard. Then we also talk about monitoring and content periodic review of programs and then learning processes. Then next policy that is also promoting inclusive education is what? The free senior high school. They started in 2017, September 2017. All students at the senior high school level don't pay anything. In fact, you don't pay any penny to enter the senior high school. If you are ahead and you charge a student anything, you will be in trouble. Everything is free. Yes, so now it's free. But there are also challenges. Initially, they were saying that you should be quite progressive. Initially, they were saying that you should be progressive. We should what? We should build classroom infrastructure. Classrooms. So as we build a classroom, we increase, we do the increase free senior high school. But the next government came in 2016 and said no, everyone should go. So now you have plenty students, everybody going to school. And how do you practice inclusive in this system? They are going to school, but the resources, the services, the classrooms are still the same. We are not expanding the facilities. So this can lead to a reduction of and it's leading to a reduction to pay the money the government is providing. Very, very serious. And now with the current economic crisis, most of the senior high school cannot even feed their students. Yes, and you're trying to force parents, but if you force the parent to pay, you will be in trouble. You see, and that is it. But the feeding, they are not even what to feed them, and someone else will threaten that to close down the school. See? And then the second is what can lead to higher So the teacher-student ratio, very large. Inclusive requires that you have teachers who can focus on what the student, but you have a very large class and some of them under trees. You see, how do you practice inclusive another system? Be very, very, very difficult. And we are complaining, but they will not listen. And then can also lead to a fewer resource material. The resources, where are they? Because there's what limited cash, and so they can provide the resources and can lower what the standard. The standard. And teachers and everybody complain that this senior high school will what lower the standard. But that's government policy, and we have to what follow. Then our stakeholders. These are stakeholders. Yes, we have about 13 or 11 stakeholders. Look at Uganda, and we have also similar stakeholders. So far, what have we done? The ministry, and but before then, I saw something that's very interesting that we didn't have in Uganda. Uganda has a CBR program. It's a CBR program. That's what. Uganda has a CBR program, and this is very, very important. You see, disability for children with disabilities is a long-life thing. And while the child is going to school, he or she will have what? The rehabilitation in the community. But we CBR is taught, but it's not practice. We don't have the program. So most children with disability will have to go to what they have, the institutional program, and it disrupts their education. Yes, and so our seek progress development taking place that the ministry and have are coordinating with each other to promote screening. Yes, and the disability acts requires that there should be periodical screening so that we can identify children with disability, early intervention and placement. But this is very, 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 very poorly done. In fact, we are not sure what the screening is taking place. For if you go to our assessment centers, you weep. Yes, the National Assessment Center is like somebody's house. Yes, so the screening thing is not being done. And the Ministry of Education has also, they have started a reform process to make sure that the school curriculum and preschool education are relevant. Yes, I know they are doing reforms in the curriculum and other things. Government is looking for ways to promote culture of inclusion, creating awareness about inclusive education. We are doing that. And then Ghana has a good data system. Yes, a data system that can report on children with disabilities so that we can have a plan for them. And then government is also persuading stakeholders, a lot of awareness, workshops to persuade stakeholders to support the inclusive education system. It established a steering committee. I mentioned this. Then some of our success stories. Inclusive education generally has created some awareness that children with disabilities can learn. They can study, they can go to school. So you see, the thinking about special schools is that those people, they can't learn, so they should be what? They should be in the special schools. So they are thinking that those in special schools have a very low knowledge, and especially deaf people. A large number of them fail. So they think that those in special schools are those who cannot study. But with the inclusive education, everybody not thinking that children, they can learn and have the ability to study. There is that awareness going on. And so we have what increase in number of inclusive schools. But whether this actually the case is another thing. Now every school in Ghana is supposed to be practicing inclusive education. But it's a big problem. Yes, and I also saw that Uganda is also having somewhat produced very well in inclusive education. And some success stories. We had the first deaf-blind student who completed the university last year. Deaf-blind, yes. She attended the senior high school, the basic and senior high school, and completed university, yes. And she's the first blind. In fact, Her results at the senior high school very, very good, better than most of us non-disabled students' results. And this is because she had an interpreter. She was in the deaf school. She was in the deaf school, but she did better than all the deaf students. You see, because she has interpreter wherever she went. She had an interpreter, and then at the university they provided her with an interpreter, and so that is what a success story. Yes, and I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Yes. It's inclusive education that has taken me here. You see, as I said in the I said at the beginning, I was the third person to enter the university as a lecturer. I was the third person to enter the school as a lecturer. And then this year, I won the best lecturer award at the College of Health Sciences. It is not because I am smart or I have wisdom, but it's because I have a very accessible environment. The environment is very, very permissive. I have interpreters who supported me in all my activities. My students were very, 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 very well tolerant. My colleagues supported me, you see. So it means inclusive is working in that university. Yes. You see, and another thing about this is that when in 2000, in the year 2000, I was at the one university. I was working in that university. In fact, I started teaching there. And it was 2000 that I became deaf. I became deaf in 2000. That I became deaf. Yes. And immediately the university got to know that I became deaf. They sacked me. In fact, they wrote in the letter that because of your deafness, we cannot keep you here. And then I was fired. My head of the department, the counseling unit, they try hard to keep me, but the university, they refuse. But you know, when I returned from my studies in the from the US, this university was the first university to appoint me. Yes, my first appointment was in that university, but I just didn't go. In fact, they had a permanent interpreter there to you see. So it means inclusive education, you see, changing. They sacked me and then later on, they took me. And now that university is organizing sign language, professional sign language interpretation services. Dr. Sam from Uganda here. He went there, yes. He was there to help us to establish that program, yes. Yes. So you see, so we are making progress in an inclusive, and now we have 2 other persons in the university. So now we have 3 lecturers in the university. So, and the university has made sign language compulsory for all health science students. It's compulsory for all health science students, medical, veterinary, more than 20 programs. Everybody must take a sign language. If you fail the sign language, you will not get your certificate. Yes. And that's yes, is the third person to get enter the law school. And he got admission this year. Yes. And then the law school is ready to provide him for all the substance. He met the director, and the director was very, very, very happy that they are now a deaf student. And then, so they are agreed to provide them with all the services. With a lot of blind lawyers and other things, yes. Then the third deaf person to go a nurse. She is now on practicing. She's the first deaf person, and the school was ready to provide her with the resources. But it was difficult because the nursing college had no budget for her. You see, government didn't give budget for her, and so she struggled, but the school supported her, and she's the first deaf person to what? A nurse. So it is what inclusive education. Yes. Without that, we wouldn't have had that. Yes. Yes, and this girl too. Yes. And you see, what the church said, purposely took this because this girl is at the northern part of the country. At the northern part of the country, where discrimination against disabled persons is very, 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 very high. In fact, sometimes they are even called spirit children, and they are killed at birth. But here, she has a good opportunity to attend inclusive school. And then the teacher and his mates are supporting her, which means what? Inclusive education is what? Penetrating, going deep into what? Yes, the rural areas. Yes, now our challenges. No, we have a lot of challenges, and I know, you know all the challenges like what? Lack of resources, lack of funds, inadequate training, inaccessible environment, all of them, I don't want to repeat them. My main focus is this concept. Yes, yesterday I was going through your PowerPoint and I saw the same thing. I said, what a coincidence. Yes, we are reviewing our Disability Act. Our Disability Act has nothing on reasonable accommodation. The inclusive education policy has nothing on inclusive reasonable accommodation. It means we don't know anything about what this is. But this is the biggest issue, a very big problem, challenge that we need to deal with. How to implement, how to support children with what? Disabilities without what? Lowering standard. The point is that we are what? Creating answers. We are not lowering standard. So how do we what? Support children with disabilities within the inclusive system without lowering standard? How can we provide that what? A large diverse group of our students with what? The same language. Everybody wants to use what? His or her own language. Do that, assess them without what? Lowering answers. And that's the big problem. And we are not thinking about that. In fact, the universities, we are suffering because there is no national policy to guide us on this in Ghana. So, providing support services for persons with disability is very controversial. Yes, it's like you have a minority group and a large group, and then how do you what balance this? In the US, yes, when the same department in the US, in my class, if my interpreter didn't attend, if my captionist didn't attend, the lecturer will cancel the class. And sometimes everybody will be looking at me. Whatever I said was fun now. If I said the class will cancel, it will be cancelled. If I said the class will continue, it will continue. But can this happen in Ghana? You see, it will be difficult. I don't know if it's happening in Uganda. It can happen. Like Ghana, we have very large classes, very tight schedules. Then, just because of me, my interpreter didn't appear there, and then you say what? The whole class will cancel. Will it be possible? Is this something we can really do? We are talking about inclusion. This is an issue. Can we really do this? We had, in fact, just last year, there was someone with a physical disability for a problem with the waist, and the doctor wrote to me that we should support him. He was in my department, and the classes were being held on the second floor. So, what should we do? I met the person who is responsible for what disability and spoke to him about this. But he's the only person. He's the problem. Just because of him, we should do it. You see, because he's the only person. Because the large group, just because of him, was what? Move the class to another place. But he has what? A right to what? Access education. But we have a large group of people. Would they agree to do that? You see, we also had the blind students. At the undergraduate level, the university has never handled what? A blind student. I forgot to say something. At the senior high school, deaf students don't take oral English. Blind students don't take maths and science because we don't have the facilities. So this is a general thing known to all the universities. But my university is not yet aware of that. So it's a requirement that all students must have maths, English, and science are requirement to enter the university. But the maths and English, blind students don't take it at the senior high school level. So getting admission to a university is what seriously hard. So, but we're lucky and we had one. And that one, how would the university would manage him? And he was in my department. And then, during examination, all students must go to a particular place, and it was not on a third floor. All students, that's the law, all students must go there, and then we use paper and pen to write the exams. You have what? 2 hours to complete the exams, and that blind student, how are we going to handle him? And the university didn't know anything. So the department said we will do something and then go and defend it at the academic board meeting. So we created a separate room in the department, and then asked all lecturers to submit their questions in soft copy, because he didn't know how to use the braille, but he knew how to use the computer. All examiners should submit their questions in one soft copy. And then we had an invigilator to supervise her. Then when we went to the academic board, hey, we have broken the university law, because she should be answering her question with a pen and paper, and not that soft thing. And we out there, we gave her extra time. And they didn't know about the extra time. The extra time, why should we do that extra time? Everybody must be here, but why is that? And so we are saying that will help her to participate. But okay, but they say, even if they agree, separating her from the college, that's exclusion, that is no inclusion. So she should be part of the group. But we fought, and then they accepted that we should separate. You see, how to accommodate these children? We don't have laws, policies to know how to accommodate children with disabilities. And then you see the definition in the convention, reasonable accommodation. But reasonable accommodation comprises what? All those things. And then we are saying that in the classroom, there's what? Multiple presentation. You present your thing different ways so that every child will benefit. That's based on the universal design principle, and that multiple means of action expression. The student learns and think how would he tell you how he should present it, and the multiple means of engagement. The second point, how to examine students, is a very big issue in Ghana among deaf children. Deaf children, we fail a lot, yes, a lot of examinations. In fact, you know that we have a problem with the English language. We read the way we want to sing. So people are saying that is affecting our English language. So those children should be allowed to write that way. They should write the way they write at the end of the exams. They can write that, and then we look for special teachers. Teachers who teach them to mark their scripts so that they will pass. So there is some splits. Some people will agree to it, but some of us are against it. You see, it will mean that we're going to lower the standard for their children. Because if we're going to write in that language, in that English language, it means their children are not going to learn the English. All the books are written in the English language. We must know how to write the English language. After schooling, we are going to join the hearing well. And the language there is not the same thing here. We'll be writing a report, so we must, and then we can learn. And this is just an excuse. You see, teachers are just giving an excuse. You see, there should be a way to have the day training, but they don't see it as a barrier that or a challenge that we should try to solve. They see that their children cannot just learn what English, and so we should do this. It means we are going to set two standards. You see, and so many their children are even compared. They don't want it because if we do that, people are going to think that our standard is what is lower than what the hearing standard, and people are not going to employ us. You see, so how do we do this in inclusive education system without what lowering the standard is a big issue. So, and then the convention makes it mandatory for states to provide reasonable accommodation. How are many countries, such as Ghana, doesn't have it? I saw it in Uganda, but it focuses on employment. But I don't know how it is applied in education. But as I said, Ghana, we don't have anything at all on the reasonable accommodation. So we don't know anything about it. And that's going to be a big challenge in what? Practicing our inclusive education. And there's lack of consistency in the meaning of the concept, you see. So this is left open for countries to decide. But still, we don't have any standard. Then also related to reasonable accommodation, you see, we need some flexibility in the curriculum. But Ghana, we are still maintaining our curriculum. It is 4 years, everybody must complete the program. So whatever it is, you must complete this year, 3 years. This people have completed at 4 years, 5 years, rigid. But some people will need more time to study. You see, teachers struggle to support students the time. So at the basic level, you have 40 minutes to complete your lesson. And after the lesson, you must test the student, the child. You see, and then your head will come and check to see if you have done that. Because there will be an external person coming, we will call them security officers. They will come and then look at what all the students knows to see whether you have given them an assignment. But this child needs more time, but you are giving just 40 minutes to complete the lesson and say the question, how are you going to do this? And so you see that most teachers will ignore the children. And then, what the counter practice here now, the district education offices, they write the exam, the questions for the schools. The school don't set the exams. The district education officers will write the question for the schools, and the schools, the student will answer. Then at the end of the term, the examination results will be displayed on the notice board at the district education office. We call it a league table. You see which school is best, which school is not doing well. You see, and then Harris will think that having a child with disability in his or his school is going to affect their position on that league table, because you will need more time to treat the child, but you have limited time, you don't have the resources. And they think that is going to lower, so they will refuse. They will have to refuse to accept the children, because accepting a child with disability will likely lower the standard of the school. You see, this is not a good practice. We are practicing inclusive education, but we are doing this. You see, that's a big issue. And then the language policy. Okay, my time, I'll finish very soon. Yes, our language policy. Yes. In Ghana, we have plenty different types of languages. So, which language is going to be used? Should deaf people answer their questions using sign language? Yes. Blind people use the braille. So, should deaf people also use sign language? Would that be allowed? Somebody who has no limb, how should that person answer the questions? So my big question is that how do we implement reasonable accommodation in an inclusive system without compromising academic rigor, the credibility of academic program, the See, infringing on the other students' rights, measuring academic achievement and minimum scores. How do we do this? Yes, and I see we are not doing it. Yes, my last slide. Yeah, sorry, my last slide. My last slide, yes. I see all the challenges we are facing. This is our biggest challenge. The excuses. We are turning what our challenges into excuses. The child cannot do that. The child cannot do that. Inclusive is expensive. No, they are challenges you have to solve. But once you are saying the thing excuses, it means you have limited your capability. You will not do anything about it. The problem is the child. The problem is sometimes. But if we think about it as challenges, we think about it as challenges, obstacles, then we'll find a way to solve them. But we have so many excuses, and the excuses have become our major challenges. Yes. So, are we doing enough of what we want to do in inclusive education? What have we gotten to do so far? What have we gotten to so far in our inclusive education system? How far are we from our destination? What are the indicators? Are these indicators relevant, necessary? Yes. And then, sorry again, you see, inclusive education for deaf persons in Ghana, we completely disagree with our definition of inclusive education. We don't accept that definition of inclusive education in the book. That person will have a different thinking. We have a different thinking about what inclusive education. We are talking about participation. We are thinking about participation. The activities of what education. So being able to participate in that activity on equal basis as all other students. You see, but not necessarily being with other people. So wherever I am, if I'm in a special school, provide me with all the resources so I can participate equally in what? In education. So if I'm in the mainstream, you provide me with the resources so that, yes, but it's not about what? Putting a large number of people in what? So therefore do not agree with that. In fact, closing down our special schools is going to destroy our culture, so we don't even like it. You see, you're going to throw a deaf person, one deaf person there, a child in the inclusive school, you see, the belongingness, you see, yeah, the person cannot interact. So there people have a completely different thinking about what? Inclusive education. So can't we contextualize inclusive education? Can we domesticate inclusive education? Can we redefine inclusive education to fit our own? Must we be copying from where? Other people? Thank you.
Wow. Can we all say wow? Wow. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Wisdom, for the rich knowledge that you have shared with us. Let's all clap for him, appreciate the presentation. What I have picked from the presentation that has touched me, and I also feel that's why we always say inclusive education is not possible. We are always looking at excuses. Excuses, as he has said. Excuses. Inclusive education is expensive. Excuses. Inclusive education cannot work. But from his presentation, we've seen that inclusive education works if we all not follow our excuses and do what is right for us. Thank you very much. We are going to ask some few questions, but I will request if you have a question, you write it You write on a small paper a question. We shall have to answer 2 to 3 questions because of time. And then the rest we shall keep answering as we continue in this symposium. What I have picked is that with the support personnel, with having accessible environment, with having adapted curriculum and adapted facilities, every child can learn and can perform. I've been impressed by the first deaf-blind person who has graduated in the university level. What a milestone. Excuses. The deaf-blind cannot access education. We have seen it, and we have heard it from Dr. Wisdom, that nothing impossible if facilities are accessible, if every learner can have a support, if teachers are ready to welcome each and everyone. So I'm doing this to have questions here.
Okay, there's some guidance.
Yes, please.
That since the session was a 2-in-1, keynote speaker and presenter, we could as well use the opportunity to have the other presenter come to present. As we collect the questions for Prof. Wisdom, and then at the end of the day, we shall use one session to respond. Okay, if that one is bought, will it work? It won't
I
work?
think it works, and I will hand over the microphone to the MC. Maybe
Okay. What
should
does
I continue
democracy say?
sharing this, or?
What is the opinion from the team? Questions first? Okay, chances are that people will forget. But I also know that on many similar international events, many times the keynote speaker speaks and that's it. But for now that we have Professor Wisdom, whose rare wisdom we have not been able to receive before, let's engage him now that we are here. So I think the key guidance is that we pick a few questions for Dr. Wisdom now, so that people don't lose them, and then we are able to continue to the next presenter later. So, Doctor, you can comfortably have a seat as we quickly receive these questions. And then, so I don't know how... Okay, may we know how many people are raising questions? Good thing there are only 4. So you collect all the 4 papers, and then, but so far you've counted 3 this side. Collect those 4, they will be answered, and then we move. Meantime, we receive the questions. We also have amidst us Ubongo Akiri. Ubongo, where are you? Those people who manage the cartoons that we are seeing in the interval, I think those cartoons are far beyond the cartoons. They have a lot of messages, especially related to disability. Thank you very much, Ubongo. We also have Amaziba Ministries. Amaziba, where are you? And I know that Amaziba comes all the way from Rukunjiri. Their name is SUN, S-U-N, which is a symbolic universal notation. They deal more in communication for deaf learners. Then you also have the Albinism Association of Uganda. Where are my friends from the Albinism Association of Uganda? I know they are somewhere. I saw one moving by. We also have colleagues from Hill Preparatory School. Hill Preparatory, where are you? Okay, thank you very much. And then we also have the ED Crane Uganda. Crane Uganda, the ED is over here. We also have our brothers called the Verbatoria Talent Quotient Uganda. Verbatoria Talent Quotient Uganda. They deal in identifying inborn talents and brain resources via neurometria tests. That word, neurometria, requires checking the dictionary thoroughly. Otherwise, they are with us. We shall get to know more of what they do. Now, Professor has more than enough. I don't know what we are going to do. Is he in position to answer all of them now? I don't think so. But I think for now, let him pick some 4. Then we shall respond to the other one in the available intervals. Otherwise, doctor also needs to be informed. I don't know whether the sign language person can support. Needs to be informed that we are very limited on time. For now, he can only speed up a bit. Otherwise, if he takes another 1 hour, that would be challenging. So kindly make sure he understands that, he picks that communication on time management. Doctor?
Okay. Now, I want to put some of the questions together. Some are similar questions. I want to put them together. They talk about the parental involvement. Parental involvement in inclusive education. It means creating awareness for parents to what? Accept inclusive education. Yes, that is ongoing. But attitude towards children or persons with disability is so very negative in Ghana. So some parents are doing well. In fact, and they're even sending their children to our private schools. One time I forgot, some private schools are also practicing inclusive education. But my observation is that the private schools are doing better than government schools. So some parents take their children there, which is expensive, but they still take their children there to do that. Awareness being created, but it's very, very difficult. It's not easy to do that. And then there was a question on online learning for students. We have online learning, we have a distance education, but it doesn't focus on students with disabilities, but they can take the online, the Zoom, but not by internet. But this is a bit expensive, and our internet system is not very good. So sometimes the students suffer, and a lot of children with disability are in very remote areas where internet doesn't work. But we have distance education, but this is at the university level, not at basic school level or pre-university level. So at the pre-university level, we don't have anything like that online learning. But at the university level, we have something, but not easy for disabled students. And while addressing the issue of matriculation, you see, WAEC, the West African Examination Council, is under the Ghana Education Service. In Ghana, the Ghana Education Service has no control over the universities. The Ghana Education Service is a different body, and a different body handles what? The universities. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. They are responsible for universities, and Ghana Education Service focuses on only pre-university education, and WAEC is what under the Ghana Education Service. So a decision to change any examination requirement should come from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, and no WAEC cannot do that. It's the Ghana Tertiary Education and the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education has agreed that blind students could enter. In fact, it is only my university that is not aware about this, but blind students could access all universities in Ghana. But yes, but the big problem is that, you see, it narrowed their focus because they can't take maths in English. You see them what? Taking only the liberal arts courses, and they don't like it, they are not happy about it. Thank you. I think it's time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wisdom, for enabling us and ensuring that you go through the questions.
Oh, Dr. Wisdom, before you leave,
and,
a minute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wisdom, for taking us through the questions. And thank you, participants, for being very alert and very active. We need to clap for him once again and also clap for ourselves. Thank you so much. Over to you, MC.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pamela, as well. Thank you very much, Doctor. But before Doctor leaves, we want him to have some souvenir, something that will remind him about this Pearl of Africa, Uganda. So may I request Commissioner Special Needs, and Dr. Ojok, who is a classmate of our keynote speaker. I don't know which university that one was, but it must have been somewhere in the United States. Yes. So take that memorable picture as we hand over that souvenir to Doctor, so that as he gets back to Ghana, he keeps something that shows that indeed he has visited the Pearl of Africa. Okay, and Dr. Wisdom is not only full of wisdom, but full of smiles, as you can see. And I've learned that we share several things in common. He's a geography teacher like I was. He has something to do with the Kwame Nkrumah University. I was in Nkrumah Hall of Mackay University. When I read his CV, I saw that he's a sexual reproductive health expert, and that is my area. And finally, I always like putting on African wear, and I see him really smart in West African attire. Thank you so much. Oh, Ubongo has a gift also. Can it hurry in 1 second? Ubongo. Meantime, our colleagues online have indicated that they have questions. I've requested them to put the questions in the chat room, and I want to request the rapporteur to pick them. We shall find a way of getting the answers from Doctor and delivering them after. I just like the way Doctor smiles. Some of us are simply forced to smile for photos. Obongos, are you hurrying up? Is it a laptop, something very heavy I come to assist? A fridge or cooker or something? Okay. Meantime, I would like to invite the chair of the next session, Dr. Stakas Okwaput, to also get close so that he immediately ushers into that presentation that will take us for lunch. According to the program, we have 16 minutes to lunch, and I know that the doctor coming to chair will find a way of managing. So thank you so much, our brother from Ghana. I know that Uganda also shares a lot with Ghana. And even as he mentioned the challenges, some of them we share, although he indicated that Uganda is doing far, far better in many other things. Dr. Kwaput, are you already at the platform? Because I want to hand over this mic to you and only remind you that we have 16 minutes to lunch, but I don't need to remind the professor anyway. And we have to do justice to that topic coming from NCDC. I think building on the issue of reasonable accommodation.
Exactly.
Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you back from Accra. And I think it was the wisdom of the planning committee to ensure that the next session, the first presentation, actually follows the presentation from Accra. We are going to have a presentation about the milestones in promoting reasonable accommodations for learners with special needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree with me that issues to do with the curricula and accommodations are key in the implementation of inclusive education. So I think it was right that we start with this presentation as a precursor for other meetings. I would like to welcome Generous Kazinda, who is here already. Generous is a curriculum specialist. You can see curriculum in her. And she has a lot of experience in curriculum development She has also engaged in a lot of policy development, particularly in relation to special needs and inclusive education. And she holds a Master of Special Needs Education. She also has attained a bachelor's degree in special needs education, together with a diploma in special needs education. Before coming to NCDC, where she is now, she was an inspector of schools. So you can see it's a wealth of experience that she is going to bring to this presentation about reasonable accommodations. I think it's a good opportunity for us to compare what is happening in Ghana to what we are as a country, especially if we are thinking about achieving inclusive education. So generals, please, you are welcome for the presentation.
Thank you, Doctor, and my lecturer. She made me what I am, so I'm happy.
Small announcement, all along I forgot to mention where the networks for the different communication lines are. The official network is over there in the corner. That is where you'll find MTN and Airtel, and it's for both ladies and gentlemen. But if you fail that site, then you can smartly move down via the ramp. There are also others. And for those that may have a challenge, especially physical, and may not be able to use these two, there is one at the extreme end where the venue for the last symposium was. Thank you very much. I kept forgetting that, yet it is very critical. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They have mentioned my name, and I was appreciating my lecturer here, who is also my moderator. I'm given 16 minutes. I think they are now less. But if I go beyond, please accept, because I'm not going to take you so long. My presentation is about what we have been doing. As you can see on the logo, NCDC, we want to celebrate 50 years. Come next year, in June, NCDC will be making 50 years. But for special needs education, we will also join as we are celebrating 14 years at NCDC as a desk. So in those 14 years, we want to share what have we been doing in this line of special needs education. And you remember before 14 years, there was nothing to do with things to do with special needs education. So we have just started. If it is like a child growing, I think now special needs education at NCDC is making some steps. We are no longer crawling, but at least we have some steps we are taking. And these are what I want to share with you. Well, knowing that we are on sustainable goals, and our major goal is on goal number 4. And of course, you cannot have goal number 4 when you have no equal opportunities, or when you don't have equal access to materials and even the curriculum for learners with special needs and the adaptation. And in this, NCDC is trying its best to ensure that all the materials that we produce really, at least they can be user-friendly to learners. But we have not reached far, but we have started. Maybe some of us may not be knowing NCDC. We are a semi-autonomous institution, and our mandate is to develop curricula and other related materials for primary, pre-primary, primary, secondary, and some tertiary institutions. And you are well aware, maybe I can use this one so I can be moving. Is it working? Okay. And as you are aware that in Uganda, all of us, we follow national curriculum. So what does this mean? If we have the curriculum for all the learners, how are we going to ensure that every learner access? Special Needs Education Department does this when it comes to learners with special needs and those with disabilities. So as we are trying to ensure that we follow the general curriculum, our work at NCDC to ensure that these materials that are developed are adapted, are designed, and are modified to ensure that learners, different categories of learners, can access. And our major thing we do is the teachers who are implementing this curriculum. We try to guide the teachers, we try to come up with supplementary guides and supplementary materials and resources to guide the teachers on how they can implement the national curriculum. So in this presentation, I'm sharing partly of what we have been doing in line with the categories of learners we have here. The learners with hearing impairment, those with deaf-blind. I'm glad that I also heard about deaf-blind graduating, and we are hopeful that even us, we will have a story to tell come 2060 maybe. Vision impaired, and for us, we also have the refugees and the dropouts, and also the intellectually impaired learners, challenged. I will start with the provisions that we have made for the learners with hearing impairment. We have been having a challenge when it comes to educating learners in a mainstream school, especially those who are deaf and hard of hearing, because of the communication gap. And you remember, especially in primary 1 to primary 3, we are using what we call thematic curriculum. And this one is saying that learners should learn from their local language. And if I may ask, what is the local language of the deaf? Sign language is like an English language. So meaning that they may not be having local language because they come from their homes with gestures, different gestures. They come to school, that's where they get the sign language as the same way as they learn English. So when it comes to learners with hearing impairment and teaching them in a thematic, it has been a challenge. Teachers have been challenged. They've been asking, because for us, I know we have been teaching them using language, English language. So telling them to now switch to Luganda, switch to Nyankore, it will be a challenge to a deaf learner, first of all. He has never heard that any word, especially those who were born deaf. So they have been having challenges. The way we are trying to calm it down is that we have partnered with Kentalis International to come up with the resources, a method that we can use to ensure these learners can learn how to read. And the person from UNEB will bear a witness when it comes to learners who are deaf, and at the end of primary cycle especially, you find them that they are ungraded. And it is not because that they don't know what they are being asked, it is because of the communication. They cannot read for themselves. They can sign, if you sign, they can pass everything. But when it comes to giving the learner, you read and interpret what you have written, or what you have read, or internalize and use it in a different way, they cannot. So that has been a challenge. That's why in most cases you find our learners are ungraded because of reading. So this specific method is coming in to help this, and we are starting from the lower secondary, lower primary, nursery, primary 1 up to primary 3, to take teachers through to see how they can really make these learners to learn and to read and to comprehend and to understand and to read by themselves, not relying on only interpreters. So, Those are samples of the books that we have developed for the teacher. And the last one is the story book. So these resources, we are piloting them in 4 schools, primary schools in Uganda. And we conducted a pilot study, and we found that we compared of course we had the control schools and those that we are piloting. When we took the teachers through and we went to do the pre-testing, we found that there was a difference. Pre-testing and post-testing indicated that learners who had gone through this system can read other than the other ones who had not gone to the system. So this method is really there, and we have developed the materials, and NCDC has the materials. Another provision we are doing is online reading. This came in, we are all still supported by Kentalis, came in during the COVID time when schools were closed, and then there was a need of having some study materials on radio and on TVs. But those materials we were developing were only for the ordinary. And the deaf learners would not get from the radio because they cannot hear. And on TV, they could not see because they could not interpret if there was no interpreter. The ones which we had developed, having an interpreter side was confusing them the more because they were looking at an interpreter and the teacher. And for them, they have to focus on one thing. So giving them the teacher speaking and someone signing and then some pictures at the background, they were getting confused. That's why we wrote to Kentalis and they sponsored us, and we came up with this reading project. Here, when schools opened, we said we have to keep it on because we need them. Instead of giving them the books, like for example, when it is time for prep, they can go and also review what they have been taught in the classroom situation. So they are like pre-reading things and remedial thinking, so that the learner can interact with the materials when the teacher is not around. It is an ongoing project, and when the materials are done, we shall upload them on NCDC website for stakeholders and teachers to have them and use them, and the learners can also interact with those materials. We have trained teachers, we have given them laptops, they are doing it themselves. We are not having like they stand on the laptop and conduct a lesson, and those are the materials we want to upload. So this was a training session. Another provision for the hearing impairment, but this one, it is not only for the hearing impairment. In fact, it is for the people who are hearing. We have introduced Ugandan Sign Language as a subject at lower secondary curriculum. And we wish if each school could take this one, so that we can really bridge the gap of communication gaps that we have. When you meet the learner who is hearing impaired, you can communicate. And then even we can reduce the number of special schools, because we are advocating for inclusive education, but then when it comes to communication, then we find ourselves we cannot go inclusive when we don't have to communicate. So this is all for both the hearing and the deaf. They can take it at senior 3, from senior 1 up to senior 4, as one of the local languages. Those are the materials we have developed. We have the curriculum, senior 1 to senior 4, and then we have the learner's book and the teacher's guide for senior 1. And it is still unfortunate that some publishers have not got interest in developing more learners' books. So maybe those who are publishers, please interest yourself in coming and also come up with learners' books from senior 2 up to senior 4. We have the curriculum, then you can develop the materials. Another group of learners that we are looking at, we have tried to bring some provisions, is deaf blind. You are well aware about the deaf blind. The person is deaf at the same time is blind, but they also need to learn and also live in an independent life. So we have come up with what we call community-based curriculum program, which is like a non-formal. And this one is going to be done at, it has already taken shape. We were working with Sense International. I had them, they were recognizing them here. So we worked with them to come up with that materials, and then we have also developed interveners manual to guide those who are caretaking for these learners, and we are trying to also turn them in different languages because the caregivers may not understand English. We have started with Luganda, translating this into Luganda. And then, in addition, with the deaf blind, they can touch, they can do something. So we have come up with 7 vocational courses. We have the books and the even instructor's manual, and there are some institutions, vocational institutions, which have already enrolled them. They are using these materials. Those are examples of the materials that we have developed and which are in use for the deaf blind. The two, the community-based, they are those ones, and then also the interveners manual, and then samples of the copies of the deaf blind materials. I'm trying to summarize so that we can get in touch with the time. So another is a category of people we have tried to provide for are the visually impaired. We have tried to braille copies of the syllabuses, and those copies are now for the teachers who are visually impaired. I mean, for the teachers, the copies of the syllabuses. We have also we started this new abridged curriculum. We have developed some materials also for those learners. And again, we also introduced another new subject, I would call it under lower secondary curriculum, called general science. We are well aware that the visually impaired learners have been challenged when it comes to practicals. They can do when it comes to practicals, they find they are not doing well. So what we have done, we have come up with an alternative science. Instead of giving them practicals, they would give them the knowledge and scientific knowledge about their everyday life so that they can know how to live and how to care for themselves in this manner when they are taken through this general science. And it has very, very, very limited number of practicals. And those practicals that are there can be really handled. And these are for the visually impaired, and maybe for those who may not be having the arms to hold like apparatus. But those who can be able to talk and they can write for them, they don't need to have this. They can continue with the science subjects. But when it comes to those who are visually impaired or those who may not be able to do practicals due to some physical disabilities, they can go general science. Some of the materials are here. The general science syllabus and the learner's book. Yes, and in our rocket, we also have the refugees and the dropouts. We have been working with the War Child Canada to develop what we call accelerated education program at lower level, and they have already started in Germany, At least that is the area I know, but it looks other refugee camps, they have also started using it. So we have developed 11 subjects to start with accelerated education program. And these learners, we have the information that some of them have already enrolled to formal education because it was just there for catching up, so they can enroll in formal education. So some of them have already enrolled. I imagine some have already done end of the cycle O level. We also did for primary, accelerated learning program for primary. Those are materials. And these are for the secondary, the materials that we have at NCDC. Then another group is those with intellectual impairment. We have developed the resource books. As I said, we normally deal with teachers to guide them on how they can implement the curriculum. So we have developed the resource books for teachers to understand when we talk of these categories of learners. For example, the gifted and the talented. Who is this? How can we handle? What provisions can we give? So we have created those books. Then we have for specific learning difficulties, for example, the dyslexia, we have dyscalculia and dysgraphia, and those with autism. And then we have the unique category of learners whom we normally ignore but who are there, the acquired brain injury. And sometimes we call them mad, but they are not mad. Sometimes they got an accident and the brain turned, so they are enrolled in school. How are we helping them? So we have also developed the resource book for such learners. That is a sample of the resource book that we have developed for the learners who are with acquired brain injury. All is said, we still have some challenges like any other institution. We are understaffed. As I talk, NCDC, out of the many categories, we are only 3. We still need more. We are faced with the challenges funding. The materials I've shown you here, I think most of you are just seeing them for the first time, but they have been there for long. The challenge we have is that we don't have money to take the teachers through. So we have no funding, we have the materials, they are there. The little funding we get, we only use to pilot. But rolling out is still a challenge to other schools. Even if I don't go through, you have read the challenges we are having. And we also, as an institution developing curricula and the instructional materials, we need some samples. If I'm talking about the Braille, I should at least show the teacher that we have a Braille here, it looks like this. Those samples we don't have at NCDC, which we need. We need also the equipped resource room, where we can conduct also, or we can take the teachers through conducting functional assessment. At NCDC, we don't have. I'm concluding with a request that as we are here, some of us, we are from different background and from different locations. Maybe you can also partner with us. Some of us, you may not have been knowing what we are doing. Now that we have seen, we need your partnership with us so that we can at least bridge these gaps that we have seen, the challenges, and then we continue also developing more materials for the learners so the teachers can able to implement the curriculum for the benefit of the learners with special needs and with disabilities. And again, we are, government officials, we are really also saying we could get more staff to join us so that we can do the work. My appreciation goes to all the stakeholders, all the education partners who have been helping us to come up with these materials. I may not have listed all of them, but I know in one way or another, all of you have been with us and you are still working with us. Sense International, then we have Acquired Brain Injury Association, which is located in, I don't know whether they're still in Kamwocha, but they were in Kamwocha. Kentalis International, Watch Out Canada, NRC, who worked with us in accelerated education. Cheshire Services, you've been with us. UNESCO, UNICEF, USAID, and all of you, Crane, and all of you that I have not mentioned, those who have been working with NCDC in ensuring that learners with special needs are catered for. Thank you very much. I say this for God and my country.
She has taken us through a number of she has taken us through the mandate of NCDC and specifically to the role that they are playing with regard to developing materials for children with special needs. And of course, she has given us a snapshot of the various categories of materials and the concerns, the challenges that they're experiencing. Specifically, there is that issue of lack of interest from publishers to publish the various materials that they have. And of course, the several challenges that she has identified. I think from Mr. Semakola, I don't know how many minutes you are giving us. With your permission, 5?
I think 5 will be good enough. We can do like we did in the morning.
Yes.
For Professor, we pick the views from them and then she quickly responds.
Yes. Can we receive comments, questions, preferably written? We have only 5 minutes. I think she'll respond to the number she can within the available time. Yes, there is. Have you written it, Doctor? Okay. Please do. This one is okay.
Thank you, Generous, for your wonderful presentation. I have interest in the issue of sign language, Uganda Sign Language as an elective subject, and then the introduction of general science for students with visual impairment. So regarding Uganda Sign Language as an elective subject, I have 2 concerns. One is with regard to the teacher training arrangement in special needs education in Uganda currently, where we are not training teachers at the secondary level in special needs education area. What is NCD's plan for rolling out the teaching of Uganda Sign Language as an elective at secondary level, aware that we do not have the teachers there, because this is going to be a very serious operational challenge. The second issue on general science. How is the general science different from the other sciences? Is this a deprivation of the other sciences for students with visual impairment, or does it make adaptations that ensures that in the end, they still get an equivalent in content of the other sciences? And more importantly, what is the bearing of this general science for a student who takes it and would like to offer one of the other sciences as a subject at higher education. Because there has to be harmony between secondary and higher education so that students who have offered general science at secondary are not denied admission to the other sciences when they progress to university. I'm interested in those considerations. Thank you.
Okay, that was a doctor, by the way. It was meant to be one question and there were 7, but that is common of doctors. They do wider research. Now, one brother of mine here also has a brief one.
He says a brief one. I'm also going to try and be brief, not be like the doctor, but there are 2 questions. One is about the materials that are being developed at the NCDC. How can the different players in the educational sector access those materials to make sure that they are disseminated in maybe hard to reach areas, and are they available? Then my other question is, since you're representing the Ministry of Education in this presentation, okay, it will be answered later on the side of the ministry, is how are we integrating sign language training in around teachers who go to remote schools for facilitation, because we realize that such group of people still exists and it is large in terms of the challenges they do face around education. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The second last one. Now where do I go? I see my brother here. My brother here. Well, is from which side? Where did my mother produce you from?
Thank you very much. My name is Kelly Francis Oloya, Chairperson Namoro Disabled Persons Union. I am visually impaired, and I have 2 concerns for Generous from NDC, National Curriculum Development Center. As a person with visual impairment, I've been observing right from the primary education that normally learners with disabilities have different challenges to deal with the way they can cope with the transition from home to school, bearing in mind the disability issue. There is a gap in counseling, helping them to have the psychosocial support to overcome the traumatic issue with disabilities. What is National Curriculum Development Center doing to help these learners cope with the issue of the disability as they transit? Then 2, the last one is that the issue of time given to the learners during their examination at their schools. Normally the examination is being set and the time given to learners with disabilities is not indicated in the local examination set at school. What measure are we putting so that this is put and it is absorbed up to the local level? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I feel like I shouldn't pick any other.
Sure, and she's ready to respond.
Can we pick the papers just? Let's write them down and pick the papers. My sister, Generous, I was very generous with you when I gave you all the time to present. Now I want to be strict and give you only 3 minutes to answer.
Thank you. Let me start with the last submission on transition from home to school and psychosocial support. As I earlier mentioned, that for us, we guide the teachers we may not go direct to a learner, but what we do, we develop guidelines for the teachers on how they can handle such learners who have such challenges. And when it comes to examination, that there are no provisions and the timing, especially when timing. And I am going to talk in line with the lower secondary curriculum. As I talk now, we are having training teachers on how to implement the curriculum. And timing about, especially on school-based assessment. That's what we are doing now today in Nabingo. And that is where we also try to bring in the teachers on how they can also look at the learners with special needs. The timing, the same timing that UNEB is giving should be the same, even at school level. And that is another thing I have mentioned as a challenge. The problem is that when we develop the materials, we may be having no more facilitation to take these materials to the beneficiaries. But those are the things that we would be telling the teachers on what to do. But this, for lower secondary curriculum, I want to assure you, the timing for the learners, all what is happening in the UNEB is going also to start from the school level. Where we are finding at UNEB level, that's when the learner can access an interpreter. That's when the learner can access a transcriber. It should start from the school level. Because sometimes they fear to ask them, they are not used to them. So we are encouraging the teachers now to get used to the learners, to make learners get used to such people even before the end of the cycle. Accessibility, material of accessibility which are being developed that you can orient. Those are the people we are looking for. Sir, we are looking for such people who can come and help us in disseminating this information that we have. So please come, we are ready to ensure that you access the materials and then we organize on how they can reach the beneficiaries. Thank you for that. Doctor, some of the answers you have, you will answer also, I know. When it comes to sign language, yes, it is a fear. We don't have enough manpower, and that is why we are calling it an elective. Otherwise, it would be compulsory, maybe if we had teachers for every school. But we have to start. And as NCDC, our mandate is to come up with the cause, the challenge. Now the curriculum is there as a challenge. What are other government institutions doing? Because teachers, that is not a mandate of NCDC, training teachers. Our mandate is to develop the curriculum. We have the curriculum. Now, T8, what are you saying? Then we cause them to think on what to do. And that's what we have done. Sure. Introduction of general science, yes. Here, this general science we are looking at, it came from seeing how they were suffering. It has been a complaint. But with this technology, I think with time, they will also do biology, chemistry, and physics like any other. But we are saying, for those who may not be having the technology, because there is Orbit Reader, there is a JAWS where they can talk and interpret and translate into print or into Braille. When that is done, maybe that will. But as of now, we are looking at this person who has been challenged into other subjects like physics, chemistry, and biology. What can we do? We compressed those subjects. And we look at the content that does not have a lot of practicals. Even if it is in a practical way, but can this learner explain the practical part other than doing it and seeing, like you want to see the titration, you can't see, but you need to do that. So the science, general science we are talking of, is the combination of those three subjects: physics, chemistry, and biology. And this is for everyday life. How do I live? What do I need? So the one who is going to take up this, I don't know, because we are still also revising A level. But going for A level and taking this subject may not be, it's next to impossible. I don't think this will take, maybe we'll take other subjects, but not science. Okay? That's how different it is from other sciences. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
There are some more questions that I have, but I'll give them to you so that you prepare the answers after lunch.
Okay. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we need to thank Generous for the generous answers. I know there are still many issues to be discussed, and I think she's still here even over the lunchtime, so feel free to interact with her. Because in her conclusion, she stated that together we can. So amidst all the challenges that they're experiencing, we need to appreciate the fact that something is being done at NCDC in spite of those challenges, and we are looking forward to better services for our learners. And also, it's unfortunate that we don't have time. I would have requested Dr. Pamela to talk about issues of teacher training for sign language, but that can also be discussed. So, ladies and gentlemen, another clap for Generous. And on her behalf, I want to thank you very much for being very active participants. As I said, please discuss with her, and I'm sure she will update us on what else is taking place at that mighty agency, that is the NCDC. We thank you so much for being good listeners.
Another generous clap for the two. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Madam Generous, for all that you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not always on our side, but we are trying. Madam Generous, you have more questions here. What has made it a challenge? Why is it difficult to make Uganda Sign Language compulsory for all levels? Couldn't it be the same as English language? Okay, you'll share more when I give this to you. Pilot schools have been identified by NODIPU to practice an inclusive education. Can you humbly extend this into the pilot schools? Yes, this is an opportunity that can be shared. If NCDC is still crying for funds, yet it is the body that develops guiding tools, how best can inclusive education be a success other than a fashion? That issue of funds, Munange, it is everywhere. Even in the US, you hear them say, we need more, yet they keep giving us. We recognize other partners from, this is just recognition, thank you. Yeah, indeed we have more partners that came in. We have partners from South Korea led by Dr. Mark and Ilana Uganda. May we just see these partners wave to us or stand up? Partners from South Africa and Ilana Uganda, Mr. Mukama Alex, the coordinator Uganda. Where is this big brother? Mr. Mukama? Okay, and they are up actually. Sometimes I look down and forget we have a big audience up. Yes, our dear partners, you are welcome. And we've learned that Mr. Google tells us that you are planning to even sponsor us at this third symposium. So we are looking forward. We are looking forward to that support. Then South Korea Friendship Association, Reverend Philip Kaho. Is he part of the team also? Okay. Oh, Reverend is here. Reverend is here from South Korea Friendship Association. Reverend, thank you very much for coming. These disability issues also require your attention because there are some. I've gone to many churches where there's no access. Everybody wants to pray, but then the steps cannot agree. Okay, we also have, ladies and gentlemen, a representative from the Buganda Kingdom. The discussion on disability is getting very serious. Madam Fatuma Nakas Kakande, the chairperson, Gender Board, Buganda Kingdom. Yes, she's over here. Thank you very much. And we know that the Kabaka of Buganda has been so much in connection with disability issues. And indeed, we thank you so much for the job. And that reminds me, a moment of silence to pray for our bereaved sons and daughters at Salama School for the Blind. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Why I mentioned is because I was present when the Kabaka of Buganda was handing over some materials to do with the special needs education to that school. So the kingdom is really handy in all these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are slowly heading into lunch. I want to thank all the people who have presented to us since morning. Generous, where you ended, there was a term ungraded. So these are our learners that come out from an exam when they have no results. And I think this matches very well with Dr. Anjuchi. Is Dr. Anjuchi in this space? Do you remember the presentation made by Dr. Anjuchi? Can you open this page? Those who have the symposium report for the last report. There's a page there that has a very beautiful picture where there's an elephant and a monkey and a bird, and it is trying to explain our education system. And what is the question? Who wants to read for me the question? Okay. The examiner there is saying for a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. And the exam is, please climb the tree. And so whom do you think will obviously climb faster and confidently? Will the elephant climb? Will the fish climb? Will the dog climb? So when you give a wrong exam to the wrong set, then I think there's trouble. So Generous has told us that sometimes some of the learners with special needs cannot read, and then the exam is about reading. So what do you expect them to get? And sometimes even before the exam, there are those bad comments from some of our teachers, the ones who are not here. You remember some of the comments they give to slow learners? Stupid. You came to grow. You are as fat as your mother, as stupid as your father. You came to school to waste time. You have no future. I think all that is really killing the esteem, and it is common among those young people. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to head for lunch, and I'm told that the coupons have been given. Is that the fact? And I'm also told that the food there is enough for all of us, and that there are all tribes of food. Just pick the tribe you want or the tribes you want. And also all types of drinks. I am also told that it has stopped raining. We may have to move out of the building a bit and get to the venue for food. In the morning, I was puzzled. While it was raining, while I was coming, a certain lady was walking in the rain, but she was using her laptop to cover the hair, to safeguard the hair. I imagined how ladies can be so serious with their hair. And I was imagining the cost of hair versus the cost of the laptop. So as we go for lunch, there's no rain, please don't carry the laptop on the head, and enjoy that lunch. Maybe let me request a religious leader to lead us for the lunch prayer. Reverend, lead us in a prayer to go and enjoy that food.
May we pray? Father, we want to thank you for this beautiful moment. We thank you for all our friends and partners across this country, in Africa, and other parts of the world who have joined us to see how we can build our nation through special need education. And we pray that you will continue to guide us with wisdom, tolerance, vision, and unity. And as we continue to dialogue and interact, may you continue to bless us, what we are going to eat and drink, and in other moments, be with us. Under the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Amen. Thank you very much, Reverend. Just to continue recognizing as we get to lunch, e-learning project at the Ministry of Education. I think there's also a special team from e-learning project at the Ministry of Education. We have our good friends Asante Africa, and thank you, my brother, for even submitting. I know Asante Africa is trying to see how they can work with Ministry of Education in many aspects. We guess even the aspect of special needs will come. My brother from Amuru, thank you for that submission, and Dr. Joke for the submission you made at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and enjoy that lunch and get back here in how many minutes? 1 full hour? Okay, we still have a lot on our plate. And my prayer is that we can amend the program, and instead of 1 hour, use 40 minutes. Let's try to work around 40 minutes, and I'll give prizes to whoever will report here on time. Enjoy your lunch. If you don't have a coupon, just put up your hand, and I'm sure Madam Diana from Nodipu will ensure that a coupon reaches you. Thank you.
Principal trainer. Formerly, I was at Shabbat Central Primary School, and with introduction of inclusive education, I helped a number of children that were out of school, including me. So I came here and found her busy playing all over the compound and doing some other jobs. Seeing how intelligent she was, I picked interest in enrolling her in school. I convinced parents, and fortunately parents accepted. We enrolled her at the beginning of this year, and she's busy doing well in school. Teachers at the Boy Central School where she goes have been taken into training in 4 modules. Unfortunately, the community have been involved in helping these learners. The school, as well as learners, appreciate how teachers treat them. Equally, their fellow learners have brought a positive attitude to their colleagues. I'm so grateful to the initiators of this program in this school, because ever since it was started, we have seen tangible successes as far as the enrollment of children with disabilities is concerned. The enrollment of the school has so far raised from 221 in 2020 when this program was brought in to 372 so far that we have in the school currently. Out of those 123 are children with disabilities of different types. It's so unfortunate that some of our children here are not here in school because of the nature of their disabilities, and we still have them under our home care system, where we go on and visit them in their respective homes, give them the necessary attention they need, assist where necessary, give them some work to do from home, but because of their nature of disabilities, they are not here. And we're optimistic that maybe when we get enough materials, those children will be brought here and they also come and stay with us here. The number of children we have here, as I've said, 123 of them. Many of them reside here at school, others commute every day. We are so grateful that we have been able to put up some projects where we can get some resources to cater for these children, and some of their parents have also been supportive in seeing that these children are taken care of. Though we still have some challenges of space, because some of the classes that we had before have now been turned into mini dormitories where these children stay. The projects we have here, we have them as sustainability initiatives. We are optimistic that the resources we shall get out of those will be able to support us and make sure that this program does not die out in case our funders withdraw their support. The parents who had previously had a negative attitude towards their children with disabilities at least have now changed their attitude, and you can see them coming on board, and they are now assisting their children to also be enrolled in school, and they get to learn as the rest of the children in their home.
We just gave a list of the district councillors, schools, representatives of parties, school members, school management committees. Really, all they were aware of the inclusive education. Their message was really, they have a beautiful understanding about inclusive education from to us. So really I like the new structure here and how they have mobilized their persons that work on inclusive education at each level. The collaboration between the individual and even the government and local councillors and education officers and district education officers in each how even the teachers, head teachers, secretaries, and also six members and inclusive education coordinators, and how their collaboration is strong. Also, I like the committees of teachers, schools, and the collaboration between the schools, teachers, and school committees, including the six members, school management committees, and also the role of inclusive education coordinator, how they are really committed to getting the children with disabilities into the school.
UDIP has gained relatively so much. One, the district union leadership where the project has been running have been capacitated through training to be able to advocate for inclusive education, to understand how government works. They now know who to relate with in terms of advocacy, but also understanding the needs of the people that they advocate for. The other is that they are now a resource to not only their district unions, kind of constituency, but also to NUDIP, because NUDIP can utilize them to train other unions where not necessarily inclusive education will be advocated for, but also other issues that affect people with disabilities, because the approaches they have got are really general, much as they are in the program, they have been in tandem with inclusive education. So we are using them as resource persons in one way or the other to cascade what they have learned at unions. Thirdly, the component has...
I am not very sure about the security of some of our gadgets, but if there's any specific gadgets that you must keep safely, please move with it.
Our advocacy as an organization, but also the advocacy agenda of the governments where this project has been working. It has shortened or made it easier for the people to advocate for inclusive education in these districts. The project staff of inclusive education have benefited equally from the resources that INET has developed to build their advocacy skills at national level.
I have learned from the schools that I have visited about how the teachers, head teachers, student members, and other committee members of the school have understanding about working with children with disabilities, and also including them into the other students in the school. They are improving on the accessibility of the infrastructure of the environment of the school. The basic technique in order to advocate and create a mind about finding the children with disabilities in the out of the school, and how to influence the parents to bring the children to the schools. Sending thanks to all the individual members, our bosses in here, our sponsors, and also the governments of Rwanda and people of Rwanda.
Hello. I want everybody out of this place so that the place can be guarded. It cannot be guarded when you are here. Can you please leave this place? Out.
Okay. My sister is just reminding us about the safety of the room, and she's of the view that when we are all out, then it is easier for the hotel to safeguard. So, may we also see the official security? Where is the official security? Where? Just come over here, we know you are the one. So this gentleman here is taking charge of the room. And our request is that we all now go for lunch. So we give him space to ensure that nobody is interrupting. Thank you. Let's go and enjoy the lunch. Okay. I know that people on the public address may want to keep one person there, maybe. Who is the supervisor of the public address? Madam Jane, we need to agree. If they need a person specifically supervise that, we can agree with the security person that that one is remaining. But if it is not the case, then all of us are going. Okay, fine. Then all of us are going and we are leaving him. Okay.
Unfortunately, the community have been involved in these learners. The school, as well as learners, appreciate
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. I am hoping that the lunch here has been far better than the one we normally get at home. We want to thank the sponsors of that lunch. I know that our different sponsors touch different events, but we greatly thank those who have made us enjoy that wonderful meal. When we check our program, ladies and gentlemen, we are behind schedule by a few minutes, but we want to catch up. Actually, behind schedule by 35 minutes, but we want to catch up. A short while ago, our guest of honor, who is meant to come tomorrow, just came to briefly check on us. I don't know if some of you saw him. Yeah, I know people who are around here saw him. He just came to appreciate what is moving, but he'll officially come tomorrow. We panicked a bit thinking that he had come for the official opening remarks, but he indicated that he'll be here tomorrow. So when you check our program, we are remaining with not so many things. Number one is that immediately after lunch, we are going to listen to some music and entertainment. And the organizer of this particular entertainment bit is Save the Children. I don't know whether it is Save the Children team to entertain us, or it is still Shao to do the same. Whoever it is, please kindly come over and welcome us from lunch. Immediately after that, we will move into a presentation by Chirabo Fortunate on UPE, USE, and special needs education. Remember, those are open systems. Everybody comes in, no payment, overloaded classes, and so on. So this person is coming in to show us. Tell us more about the challenges learners with disability are facing, but also the opportunities that are in those two government programs as far as inclusion and disability education is concerned. Madam Annette Ninsima will be in charge of that session. Then we'll move to another 30-minute session where we'll get a presentation from a student of Chambogo University. I can see that on the program, she's allocated 10 minutes. I want to imagine that student is ready. Then we shall also get into another presentation about field experiences from a TOEFL participant. And then we'll wind up our day with a panel discussion that will help us answer the question about the current barriers to inclusive education in Uganda and what strategies are being adapted to address these barriers. And that's where we have a panel of 5, whom I'm sure are already in this space. Windy International, represented by Mr. Mahmoud. We shall have Nodipu, represented by Sela Leah Diana, who I'm sure is in the room already since yesterday. We shall have a person from Refugee Law Project, and this is none other than Madame Mary Kampogo, and then the Ministry of Education and Sports official, as well as Maureen Kirunga from NAD. So without further ado, may I invite the chair of the coming session to take us through this session. Just to remind us, at the start when the commissioner stood to address us, she informed us that the key objectives of this symposium is about increasing awareness about the need for inclusive education. We are all converted to the fact that the systems have not been very accommodative to our people living with disabilities. She also told us that we are coming to share practices, what works and what doesn't. We are glad we've already shared from Ghana many lessons for us from that side, but from what the doctor was saying, he also has a lot to learn from this side. The other key objective was about promoting participation of persons with disabilities, and indeed they're already participating and they continue to. Meantime, I want to request our entertainers to come over and welcome us from lunch. Save the Children, the program says it's you. I don't know whether it is the Save the Children ED coming to entertain, or Save the Children organized a team that is coming to entertain us, or they are borrowing the services of SHAU, whatever it is. Kindly come over and give us the vibe to begin the afternoon session. Where's this team? Okay. As the team comes, DJ, you can continue giving us some cool one there. Then we see how to get started. Madam from NCDC, remember that there are some questions that I have for you. I would like to recognize the former DEO of Shema. Former DEO Shema, are you here? Former DEO Shema is up. Oh, thank you very much. Does former mean that you are retired now? Retired but not tired. Thank you very much for the work. Shao, come and welcome us. And immediately after Shao. Okay, the former D of Shema and the current municipal education officer, Shema, are also here. Where's the municipal officer? Somewhere up there as well. Thank you and welcome. And we know Shema district continues to perform very well in UNEB exams. That one I confirm. So thank you, Shema. Earlier in the morning, I'd alerted you of the different constituencies of the people at this symposium. And the summary as we begin the afternoon is that this symposium has political leaders. One of them has just been around. We even have an LOC5 from a district down in the western. This symposium has our very beautiful development partners from all corners. The list is clearly displayed up here. We have people in the disability fraternity, different organizations. We've already introduced them. We have directors of organizations. We have academia. We've seen the doctors and professors. We have publishers, we have KCCA with us. The examination bodies are here, and I think they've picked some interest in the discussion from Generous about assessment, and then the DEOs, the special needs education officers, the head teachers are here, the media is here. And already I heard that BBC a few minutes ago has been reporting about this event. So thank you very much, media. We have our very dear children. And right over here, we have our SHAU wanting to welcome us from lunch. We have different companies. We have ushers. We have social media influencers. I mentioned the drivers, the hotel staff, and some exhibitors. So all of you in your capacities, you're welcome. I want to hand over to SHAU to entertain us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, blessing.
Welcome back from the lunch we have just had. We are going to sensitize you about the condition we are living with. Thank you. Tata toduka togendo. Satemutu sosola murani sachirade. Ngoma moli lubuto munaka zisoka ebibala bide na manyi dala. Envendira zifumbe tezijanyo ate tozisika. Ebintu ebyo birungi ku mwana munda enkiziterala namwe abalongoose emmere gye tugula folic acid chikulu fortified bireme kubera bigambo tuchitukirizenga shine Uganda mwebale nnyo okuzuku sensi kunsonga y'obulwadde obw'enkizi obuleeta amazzi mu mutwe mwebale kukubiriza abakyalo kumira folic acid nga tebannafuna mbuto shine Uganda mulwanye ku kyendwadde nezimbya abaana emitwe ifida bebulwadde obwantawanya obulamu bwange si musango nonkyawa taata wange ne maama wange sina mutawaana ku nkizi yeva obulemu omutene guzimbara amazzi bannange sikina mu mukono ndi muntu mulungi temunsosola bebulwadde obwantawanya obulamu bwange si musango tonkyawa taata wange ne maama wange sina mutawaana ku nkizi yeva obulemu omutene guzimbara amazzi bannange sikina mu mukono ti muntu mulungi temunsosola.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shao. You can slowly get back. Then we shall get you later. I wonder whether everybody was listening like me, but there was a lot of learning from that song. Beyond simply telling us the challenges they go through, they've also told a story of how we can avoid getting babies with similar challenges. So I'm hoping all of us were listening. I want to invite the chair of this session, Madam. My chair of the session in the afternoon is Madam A. Where is the chair? Okay. I've thrown away my program. It is here. This session beginning at 2 o'clock today is supposed to be chaired by Madam Annette, all the way from the Department of Special Needs at the Ministry of Education and Sports. And as she comes, just to also remind you that we have the Dean, Busitema University, Mr. Wanyama Joseph. Mr. Wanyama, where did you sit? Mr. Wanyama is also up all around here. Okay, he's with us. Earlier on, I mentioned the Vice Chancellor. Mr. Mwesije, the representative of UNSA, the head of Special Needs Department at UNSA. UNSA is Uganda National Students Association. Where's Mr. Mwesije? Oh, thank you very much. And then the chairperson of Disability North Gulu, a retired ed teacher, is also here. Where is this retired ed teacher? Over here. Thank you very much for coming and for participating at this event. Madam Annette here is Principal Education Officer Special Needs at the Department of Special Needs Education at the Ministry of Education and Sports. She is a teacher and has been a very passionate teacher of learners with special abilities. She'll tell us more when she finds time. We are glad to receive you. But before we start, I just wanted to know whether our people are very alert after lunch. Somebody who knows the current Prime Minister of United Kingdom, hands up for a gift. Current Prime Minister of United Kingdom. Okay. Uh-huh. Yes, please. Rishi Sunak. Yes, it was very, very possible for some people to mention the previous one because some didn't know. Okay, a lighter one now. A lighter one now. Which African team is remaining in the World Cup? Okay. Doctor, let me just confirm. Dr. Naboth, Morocco. Okay, thank you very much. Please take us from there, Madam Annette.
Thank you very much, Henry. And Sima Sheila Betwabusa Annette is my name. No, I can't took the award. Again, Sima Sheila Betwabusa Annette is my name. I'm substantively a principal education officer, but sometimes I act as assistant commissioner special needs. I would like to present to you our presenter, Mr. Chirabo Fortunate, who is a student at law school, Makerere University, and prior, he was part of the clinical legal education class of 2022 under the Public Interest Law Clinic, where he undertook research on economic, social, and cultural rights, focusing on education and specifically universal primary and secondary education. He believes that getting out of poverty is not a gesture of charity, but an act of justice. Therefore, it is his marked interest in advocating for efforts that are meant to recognize, to realize an education that is not only free, basic, accessible, affordable, and acceptable, but one of effective, quality, capable of ensuring justice for all persons. You are welcome, sir. And as he comes, I would like to say that you also always should recognize people with dyslexia. Thank you.
I was looking for my other mic. You are welcome. Just he forgot to remind you that you are not doing well on time. And we, when land friends begin talking, I know. Thank you very much. Manage the 8 to 10 minutes accordingly.
Thank you so much. It is fortunate that I am here, and I would like also to believe that it is fortunate that you will be receptive at the time when reception of information is in competition with digestion. So, my presentation comes from a perspective of inclusivity. I look at the UPE and USE, that is the state of infrastructure and staffing in universal primary education and universal secondary education programs. That is from the perspective of inclusivity. Well knowing that we are behind time, I would like to assume that we all know the background to the adoption of the universal primary education and the universal secondary education, which goes without saying. So I'll go into what I mean the perspective of inclusivity at the moment. Inclusivity or inclusive education, when considering general comment number 4 of the Committee on the Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it looks at education that is inclusive, allowing all students of every ability, that is with or without disability, learning together in the same classroom environment. What does this mean? It means that inclusive education intrinsically adopts a rights-based approach, in that you find that education, learners with disabilities are not considered as persons with needs to be met, but rather right holders whose rights are supposed to be fulfilled. These are not needs, but rather entitlements. that is the perspective I would like from today onwards to take on, to put on inclusive education or inclusivity as lenses through which we view special needs education. So when we consider special needs education and inclusive education, you will find that special needs education as it is right now in Uganda, where you find that in UPE and USE, there are schools that are specifically meant for special needs learners. When you consider inclusivity or inclusive education, special needs education is supposed to be given in the mainstream schools. There should be no separation. Separation or segregation comes from the point of view that these learners have needs that we, out of our way, are supposed to give them. But when you look at inclusivity on this hand, they are not needs. These are entitlements. These learners are entitled to have an education that is equal or on an equal basis with other learners. So inclusive education calls for special needs education in the mainstream. Of course, when you consider inclusivity, you'll understand that there are learners who are entitled to special attention. In other words, as the Constitution allows for positive discrimination, in this instance, you will allow for certain learners to undertake education separately as a positive discrimination to ensure that their rights, they are fulfilled, or to promote their rights. That is from a rights-based approach. I'll consider a state of the legal framework for the right to inclusive education. Internationally, you'll find that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights considers the whole concept that we are all equal. Human beings are equal, underpinning the concept that human rights are indivisible. They are interrelated and interdependent. You will see that the ICESA also considers the right to inclusive education for all persons. There is no division that for a certain kind of persons. Meaning for all persons means that even learners with disabilities have a right to attain an education that is accessible, affordable, available, and of quality. And regionally, the same principles are repeated, and in our Constitution, the same thing. The Constitution repeats that education, the right to education, is available or is enjoyed or should be enjoyed by each and everyone. All persons should enjoy the right to inclusive education. So when we look at now how has the UPE and use fostered inclusive education, I'm looking at infrastructure and staffing, because these are the most important determinants of inclusive education or quality education. When you have quality infrastructure, it means that learners are going to have an effective and quality education. It is the same with the staffing, that is teachers. If we have quality teachers, we have a number of teachers available to meet each and every need of every learner, then that means that the right to inclusive education of every learner will be promoted and in the long run realized. I had a presentation but we shall go through the research and data reveal that the government has done a tremendous job in promoting inclusive education, but it still falls short of the desired outcome. There are still challenges remaining to be fulfilled. Research shows that there are some learners with disabilities that receive little or to no education. There are many more learners with disability receive poor quality education. That is simply because in the UPE and the U's, the government adopts certain standards that don't ensure quality. You'll find that most of the infrastructure in UPE and U schools is of poor quality, which in the long run cannot enable learners with disability access learning resources.
Mr. Chirabo, no, we are remaining with only 4 minutes.
Yes. Also, when you look at the number, there is an acute lack of teachers with special experience in special needs education teaching. So it means that learners with disability face a challenge of their needs not being met by the available teachers around. So what are my recommendations? My recommendation is that there's need to review the laws, principally the Education Act itself. It falls short of a rights-based approach with respect to learners with disability. You'll find that the only provision that mentions an aspect of learners with disability is a requirement to establish a private school. Nothing. When you go to the school management committees, there's the constitution of the school management committee, there is no representation of learners with disability. When you look at the board of governors, there is no representation of learners with disabilities. If our laws continue to adopt an ableist approach, we fall short of realizing inclusive education. Also, the Ministry of Education needs to invest more in primary teachers' colleges. I think ideally it would be that every teacher would undertake to learn special needs teaching, so that it would create linkages even between the existing special needs school with the mainstream schools. If every teacher had the ability to teach learners with special needs, then we would solve the problem of shortage of teachers experienced in special needs education. And the other thing I think leave you with is that if we are to realize inclusive education, we need to start seeing issues with learners with disability through lenses or through shades of inclusivity. You find that even personally in our homes, no one has the idea to build their own home to reasonably accommodate persons with disability. It will be very few people here today that have ramps in their homes or anything that accommodates a person with disability. I entreat you today that when we are considering things to do with persons with disability, let us put on inclusivity goggles. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chirabo, for keeping time. Thank you very much for keeping time. We would like to welcome Comments from you, our audience. Thank you.
Where is that other mobile mic? Okay. Any issues for, Chair is calling for any issues for
There's one.
Fortunate?
The other
Okay, oh. The one from UNSA.
Thank you very much, our previous president, Mr. Chirabo Fortunate. Fortunate, my name is Ephraim Mwesije. I'm the head of special needs at Uganda National Students Association. But also, I'm the executive secretary of MUDISA, that is Makerere University Disabled Students Association. I have noted one comment, one observation which you have made, to me, which I think we should harmonize and agree on, that perhaps there is a lack of professional teachers of special needs. Honestly, to me, I think what's lacking is either no will, either from the political or other actors, or maybe there are no resources. But the teachers for special needs, there are so many flooding like other job seekers, but they have not been called for any employment somewhere, and I know them. If actually you say you want 10 today, even 20, I know those who have even applied to teach in a normal class when they have a diploma in special needs education from Chambok, and they have been denied opportunities. But those schools have special needs students who would need their attention. So, Mr. Chirabo, I'm so sorry, one time do not deny me audience at the bar, because we are all land friends in the process. But that's the comment I would like to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that supplement.
You are from Buganda Kingdom there. And over here again. This must be Nodipo, eh? Okay, begin from Buganda Kingdom, then we get back to Nodipo.
Thank you so much. I'll first correct that title. OHT is a title to the people who belong to the Buganda Luchiko and the ministers in Buganda. Mukungu Nakazi Fatuma from Buganda Kingdom. Yes, I think I loved the presentation very much when he talked about it being a rights-based, inclusive education. Because when we talk about disability, it is like we are helping them. You know, our policies have this, our policies have that. And you even realize, I was watching Professor on TV when he was talking about this symposium, and he was talking about the exponential growth of the number of people with persons with disabilities in tertiary institutions. He said from 64 to 320, and that was a great thing. Uganda government, where are these people going to work? Where are these people going to work? Because we have so many qualified persons with disabilities without work. Can we include where these people are going to work? Because we are educating them. We have boards of ministries and parastatals, for example. These people would need a person with disability. Let's have an affirmative action on that. Because we keep saying, yeah, we are concerned so much about persons with disabilities, and we really see we're actually falling short, like Mr. Chirabo said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we allow only one, and
I'm called Muhammad Stephen.
I work with organization called Combra Community Based Habitation Alliance. We are doing capacity building of habitation workers. My view on inclusive education, most people think that when you are teaching passion service, it's like a charity. It's like a charity, you are assisting them. So, it is my humble request. Teachers who are here, educators, professionals, take education as a right. It is a fundamental right. People, some of us who studied in an inclusive environment, we are what we are. But when you put it in special school, are you going to be in a special? Or we want to be in environment also in heaven? Are you going to be in a special in heaven? So we are thinking, let us move from, we are helping them. We are not helping us, it's our fundamental right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephen. I realize everyone is agreeing with the Chirabo.
And for those other issues, we could put them down, Madam Chair, and
Yes.
attend to them later.
Okay, so I realize everyone is agreeing with Mr. Chirabo, and I'll just ask him to summarize. And thank you for listening to us.
The last speaker actually noted that we are talking of special schools. Is there going to be a special heaven? But then I also remembered, is there going to be a special hell anyway? Okay.
Thank you. As you have said, if we start to, disability is a social construct. When you look at our impairments are a valued part of our identity. Like they define us. So they should not be, it is a diversity that is part of our human nature. It should not be a requirement for the government to do something. So inclusive education calls for a system-wide change, an change of the whole education system to be inclusive. Like I said, if we want to know about the term inclusive education, or we want to realize, to see if we have realized inclusive education, it is when the term inclusive education becomes obsolete, because the system is already inclusive, negating the idea of saying the word inclusive education. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hand over the microphone to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Manette, our chair, and thank you, Mr. Fortunate. Today we've been very fortunate to listen to a one fortunate, but we've also generously received a talk from a one generous, and also received a lot of, Okay, I was only indicating that we've been fortunate to receive a word from fortunate, but we are also generously given information from generous, and we also received a lot of wisdom from Dr. Wisdom. So I think we are really moving well. We want to get into the next bit, where we have a presentation by a student, a one Hope Awino from Chambogo University, and the chair is going to be Ruth N. Shao. Ruth N., does the N stand for Naluja? I want to imagine so. And as Ruth N. comes, the other time people comfortably answered my questions. Now I have some two bonus questions. If people from Uganda are Ugandans, how about those from Cyprus? Cyprus? Hey, you mean all of you don't know the people of Cyprus? Okay, if that is harder, how about those from Barbados? Okay, let me hear the one who wants to tell us the people of Cyprus. Yes, over there. Gentleman, that elder in the corner. People from Cyprus are called Cyprus. Okay, let's hear the answer. Cypriots. Thank you very much. Some people want to say Cypriots. That is the name. Okay. What is the opposite of nightmare? Opposite of nightmare? Nobody has the answer. I hear people saying demare. Okay. Your teachers of English must have suffered with you. Madam Naluja, come and take over this session from here. Thank you. And the session is about 15 minutes. 10 are for the speaker and the 5 are for you.
Thank you so much. Are you an MC? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope it's a beautiful afternoon. This symposium is very wonderful that I've been promoted from baby class to being a panel moderator. This afternoon, I'm very, very much humbled to be presenting to you our panelists, one of them being Miss... so I've been informed by Chambogo University that there was a mix in the program, so she will not be able to join us. But as I go to introduce the afternoon...
Oh, just a minute. Let's just agree. I thought the session coming now is about student Hope Awino.
And 2 others.
And 2 others?
Yes.
Okay. Because the panel is coming thereafter.
Yes, but they are going to sit here.
Oh, they are also coming in a panel style. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for that. And so this afternoon, Mr. Ogola Calvin, a police officer from Police Children's School and a parent of a child with both mental and physical disability, is going to share with us his experience as a parent participating in the inclusive education intervention. So Mr. Calvin, please walk over. And then I'll also take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Mwijuche Zebede, a former head teacher of Bugonji Primary School in Shema District. Mr. Zibede Mwijuche, if you are around, please come over. And then we will also have Alana by the names of Chisache Grace, a 13-year-old, also joining us to share her experience as Alana taking part in the inclusive education intervention. Grace Chisache, please come. As they come, my name is Ruth Naluja. I'm the national coordinator of the Spina Bifida and Hydrocephalus Association of Uganda, and a parent of the most beautiful girl by the names of Blessing Carstin, born with spina bifida and hydrocephalus, and a promoter of disability inclusion. So this afternoon, you can take your seats. This afternoon, these 2 beautiful and handsome people are going to talk to us about their participation in the TOFI project. TOFI is a Together for Inclusion project, is a consortium of DPOs and most respected NGOs in the country to deliver an innovative multi-country program. It combines the development expertise of large NGOs with DPOs, specialized right-based approach, and TOFI puts persons with disabilities in the driver's seat and aims to reach most marginalized with high quality, sustainable interventions to promote inclusive education. So this afternoon, as we are aware that inclusive education cannot be possible without learners, parents, and teachers, we have one of our very own that are going to speak to us about their experiences in participating in the promotion of inclusive education. And we will be hearing from the learner first, and then lastly, we will hear from the teacher. So they are seated in a very proper way. Are you okay? I just want you to feel at home, to feel at Silver Springs. Feel comfortable, occupy the seat, and we have only 15 minutes to have this done. Is that okay? So to Grace, I think I can go and sit the other side so that I'm at the same level with my participants.
So, Grace, you're going to switch on your microphone. Just press that.
Mr. Chirabo, see the gentleman over here. Where are you, Mr. Chirabo? Uh-huh. Yes.
All right. Okay, so to Grace. Grace, I understand that you're one of the learners at Police Children's School who has been participating in the
that we can also take children to school with disabilities and we can care for them.
Okay. What advice would you give to fellow learners in the school?
I would tell them that they must, not even must, but they should support one another.
Okay.
They must bring their fellow children that, let me say, I sit in a wheelchair. Let them help me to go to school because I might get tired and I stay there on the road. No one can help me.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. I took some more time with her because we really needed to hear from the horse's mouth. We need to get to understand the experiences of the learners in the schools. Especially, we are talking about inclusive education, and if children without disabilities do not provide a safe environment, a conducive environment for their fellows, there is likely to be high levels of stigma, bullying, and so they might end up dropping off the school. So to the parent,
Yes,
Mr. Calvin, I know that you're one of the parents, and we know that family involvement is very, very critical if we are to effectively implement inclusive education interventions. As a parent, how were you involved, and basically how were you involved, and what has been your experience like in the promotion of inclusive education in your community?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name's Ogola Calvin. I'm a police officer, and I'm a parent of one of the children with disability at the Police Children Primary School. As a parent, I'm involved as a member of the seat. We carried several meetings on how to help these children with disability. And one of our role as seats were we identify these children with disability from the various community, and we encourage them and they take to school. Parents with children with disability, through SHAO, they were trained on how to handle those children with disability. As a parents also, we visit school where our children are studying from, and we know how far they are going with their education.
Okay, so I understand that you usually do parent-teacher meeting as one way of following up of the learners' progress, drawing up the individual education plan of the learners. What exactly is involved in that meeting?
In that meeting, the parent, the teacher, the child, and one of the SHAO officials are called. We sit together and we find out the progress of the child, both at school and from the community.
Okay. What else can you tell your fellow parents in as far as their role in supporting inclusive education is concerned?
My fellow parents, what I can tell them is they should not ignore such children with disability. Those children have their rights, and they should also be in school. For those who are still hiding their children with disability, it is bad.
Okay, that's a voice from one of our very own parents, a police officer. Just know you're safe. You're very much welcome, Mr. Calvin, to this panel, and we are really, really very impressed by your submission. So over now to
yes,
the...
Ruth, you are doing well, you are doing well. Just remind you that we have a few minutes to go.
Yes, I'm actually concluding with Mr. Mwijuche. Thank you so much for the reminder. Mr. Mwijuche Zebedi, the former teacher of Bugonji. We know that we've learned about your achievements in your community. So how did you manage to enroll and retain learners with various disabilities in your school? And how effective has your approach been? and then you will conclude by giving recommendations on how we can best implement inclusive education in a low-cost setting. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Once again, I'm Zebed Mwijuche, a former head teacher of Gwanyi Central Primary School, currently Inspector of School, Shema District. As earlier mentioned, at the inception of inclusive education in Shema District 2020, I was the head teacher of Gwanyi Primary School. But as far as inclusive education is concerned, in Uganda's setting, it started way back in 1952 when it was introduced by Sir Andrew Cohen when he was the governor of our country. Later on, the Education Policy Review Commission by Professor Sendeza Kajubi brought it, and it was documented within the government white paper of education. And the Child Statute of 1996 has it very well. It's a right to education, equal treatment, special care, dignity, and education for individuals, development, and self-reliance. Then with introduction of UPE, it was brought up clearly that it is education for all.
So, Mr. Mwijuche, sorry to cut you short, but as a former teacher of that school, how did you manage to enroll, retain learners with disabilities in your community? Because we know that that has been recorded as one of your key achievements. How did you do this?
So with inclusive education, as I've mentioned, we started in 2020 with the training of teachers. After with the teachers were trained in 7 modules, and with the training, the attitude changed. They developed a positive attitude, and we went out to implement what we were trained. For example, the mapping out of children that were out of school. So we went out into villages, mapping out children with disabilities that were out of school. Unfortunately, we got them. We enrolled them in school. Then after enrolling them in school, we sat, because within the modules, there was a module of school inclusion teams and the role of ECOs, that is inclusive education coordinators in schools. So we sat as a team, and we agreed on strategies that we use it to make sure that those learners that we got from villages were retained in schools. Among the strategies that we had was change of attitude of both parents, teachers, as well as learners through budding. Budding is part of the modules, is part of the trainings that we had, where learners with the ability, with special abilities, can help those learners that have some disabilities. So learners, when they came to school, they developed a positive attitude and were accommodated. Relatedly, the schools within Shema District, we work together as a team to ensure that we have peer mentorship programs, whereby teachers from a neighboring school would go to another school and they would do trainings, helping their colleagues. Also, we started on modification of infrastructure that were existing in schools, because previously, the schools that we had were a bit exclusive. So engage the city members together with the community members to make ramps and modification of some latrine stances. As you had earlier seen within the video, it has been playing around. It is Gwanyi Central School as well as Shema District. So we helped to modify the latrines, and eventually learners could feel at ease within the school. Learners that had mobility challenges, we devised means through lobbying, and we opened up accommodation within the schools. Those that could not be able to walk to school every day, we provided for them within the school the so-called dormitories, but we improvised classes. Relatedly, we worked with other NGOs to get some assistive devices. There is a fathers, through our honorable members of parliament, they provided some wheelchairs to those learners that came from nearby schools, from nearby villages. Additionally, the schools in Shema District work together to start school projects. And within school projects, learners as well as teachers would work together to grow some crops that would help in feeding learners. And lastly, the involvement of community for advocacy. And the advocacy helped us very much, because every person in Shema district, as you have seen how we are represented, is an advocate of inclusive education, and it's how it has taken root in Shema. I thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. That has been a very beautiful submission. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've picked something from his presentation, and it reminds us that inclusive education is a process and a collective responsibility. And so we should really aim at changing the system, involving parents, teachers, and the learners themselves, not to just think that this is what they want, but to bring them at the center and then put them in the driver's seat if we are to effectively implement inclusive education or to achieve. So in all this, we must make sure that learners at school participating, they are present and they are learning together with others. Like the MC said, that we don't have a world, we won't have a heaven for persons with special needs alone. We need one another. We need to empower the parents. We need to empower the teachers. We need to empower the learners themselves. And let us be reminded that all this is possible because whatever he has presented is cost effective. So I'll give an opportunity to only 2 people to ask questions, and then we shall call it a day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There is one there. Okay. Someone with a microphone, 1 question so far. Beautiful. We'll take only that 1 question.
From a former head teacher, somewhere in Gulu.
Is it Gulu? Gulu.
Gulu.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. The presenters. I am Geoffrey Ali, Chair, District Union for Persons with Disabilities, Gulu. I have 1 or 2 comments to make. I want to agree with that team. Toffee has had an impact, and indeed it requires collective responsibility. Parents, children themselves, the school, and the entire community to come in. And there has also been a big mindset change. People are now aware of the need to send their children to school. I admire what has been achieved in Shema. But my own experience is this. There are those children with sensory disabilities. Some people say severe, but I don't agree with that. Children with total hearing impairments, children with total visual impairments. Where I come from, parents have been sensitized, and they are taking their children to the nearest school, regardless of the disability, because it is a right to take every child to school. But some of these children, when they are taken to school, the school does not have what it takes for such children to get learning, to achieve, to participate. There are those barriers, there are those challenges.
I request you wind up with a comment or question.
And moreover, apart from those with sensory impairments, you hardly see children also with wheelchairs in schools. And when you ask parents why, such assistive devices also become barriers. We have learned our lessons. We need to work together as communities. Every stakeholder comes in so that we can achieve in the area of inclusive education. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, let's just pick one from a specific special needs group, our little people of Uganda. Let's pick a question from that corner.
Okay, as they take the microphone, thank you so much, our former head teacher. I think we all take note that it calls for collective responsibility, mindset change, And we all realize that limited resources is one of the barriers to full implementation of inclusive education. But I'm happy that the Ministry of Education in the morning talked about CPD program, where they are focusing more on sensory impairments. And I know that through the CPD program, a lot will be done. And we still need to really focus more on economic empowerment of the families if we are to realize full inclusive education implementation program. So my sister there, we are ready to hear from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Divine, and I'm a beneficiary of Shisha Services Uganda. I'm a student. Yeah, for me, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm sorry, I'm going to add.
Yep.
I'm a little person, and I have difficulty in seeing. I know I'm beautiful. Another thing I wanted to add is that we are people with special needs. I don't think that we need special things. What we need is inclusive environment that all people are included in. We don't need these special schools. Yes, they may be there because of our disabilities, but if all, just imagine a world that we are participants, you and me, and you, the person, you want to change this thing. It starts with us. It will not start by anyone else. It will start with you and me. As the gentleman said that we don't need a special heaven. There is no special heaven, meaning that we should put a conducive environment for every person.
Divine, I request you conclude.
Yes, thank you very much. But I wanted just to tell you that this thing, it is not about only leaders, only the government, but it is about all of us, the whole world. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
Dear
so
Chair, my beautiful chair, could we conclude also?
Thank you so much, everyone. My participants, thank you so much. I think that was very, very educative, and thank you for sharing with us very transformative ideas and experiences you picked from the TOFI project. Thank you, TOFI. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Join me in thanking them with a clap.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much. I forget the name of our daughter. Grace, thank you very much. So we are again graced with a grace. Amazing grace. Then we are also blessed with the Calvin. Calvin, greet us, Afande Nanga. We always enjoy his speeches over there. And then Mr. Mwijuche, thank you very much. And indeed, Shema district, I think, is the district of this symposium. Can we clap for them? I was doing a quick count, and it seems like we have over 10 members from Shema. Let me see them standing, and I confirm. Mwijuche first, chairperson LC52, Shema district, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, there are more hands up there. Shema, really, twaba shemererwa munonga. The last time I was that side, I really had difficulty in understanding certain words. Many of them were beginning with the word sha. Umshija, ya, shesha, so many other things. So I didn't really want to go on. Divine, thank you very much for your submission. And indeed, when Divine says she's beautiful, who can doubt? Nobody doubts. And one thing that makes us great is to believe in ourselves. Once you believe I can, then you continue. If others can do it, one president of a South African country said, if another country did it, we can also did it. So if others are beautiful, then why not? You, thank you very much. You want to have a small energizer as we get to the panel discussion. May I request you to stand up and sing the following song with me? Those who can stand. stand and sing the following song with me. And I want you to learn right away. We are going to sing The Old Man of Kongea Has Just Gone to Town. And then we shall repeat The Old Man of Kongea Has Just Gone to Town. I'm going to give the beat. Then after that, we shall say the wife of the old man has gone to town. Then after that, we say the son of the wife of the old man has gone to town. At the end, we shall sing the dog of the wife of the son of the wife of the old man. Until when we shall close with the bone of the dog of the son of the wife of the old man. Now, this is how it goes, and I know people know. The old man of Kongea has just gone to town, and the old man of Kongea has just gone to town. Can you start and sing it twice? The old man of Kongea has just gone to town, and the old man of Kongea has just gone to town. The wife of the old man of Kongea has just gone to town, and the wife of the old man Kongea has just gone to town. The son of the wife of the old man, and the son of the wife of the old has just gone to town. The dog of the son of the wife of the old man, and the dog of the son of the wife of the old man of Kongea. The bone of the dog of the son of the wife of the old, and the bone of the dog of the son of the wife of the old has just gone to town. Thank you, beautiful choir. Beautiful choir, thank you so much. And if there are any awards for the year, please consider me on the list of composers. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into the last session today, which is a panel discussion that is going to be managed by none other than Dr. Patrick Ojok. Dr. Patrick, kindly come over. And I know that Dr. Patrick will say the detail around his panelists, whom he's about to invite. But we are going to deal with a question: what are the current barriers to inclusive education? We've had a discussion since morning, and we've had different views. And what strategies are you implementing to address those barriers? And I think he'll be addressing those questions to the panelists, who will definitely answer them ably. Thank you. Over to you, and I know you have all the time up to 4:30.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Your ending was very amazing. And I'm glad to be chairing the last session of the day. And I would like to start by inviting the panelists to take their seats. We have Mary Kampogo. She is the Program Manager, Mental Health and Psychosocial Well-Being at Refugee Law Project. Mary, take your seat. Do we mind to give her a round of applause as she comes forward? I also have Sarah Leah Diana. Sarah is the Program Officer, Inclusive Education at the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, NUDIPU. Where is Sarah? Okay, I hope you send her the message. Then we have also the other panelist is Maureen Kekirunga. Did I say it right? Maureen is the Regional Inclusive Education Advisor at Norwegian Association of Disabled. And she holds a master's degree in social sector planning and management. Maureen is the brain and architect behind this well-decorated platform that we are using today. The other two panelists, their names and profiles were not forwarded to me, so I'll just invite them forward through their organization titles. We need someone from Windle Trust International, Uganda. That is Mohamed Kimera. Mohamed Kimera. Okay. And I've just been informed that Dr. Naboth is replacing or standing in for Ministry of Education and Sports. Correct? You're swapping. So you don't want me to fire him questions for the Ministry of Education and Sports. Okay. And I am effectively excluded from sitting, so I have to manage for 1 hour from here. Next year, Maureen tried to get a 6th seat in case we have many panelists. All right. Our panel this evening is intended to address one critical question, that is, what are the current barriers to inclusive education in Uganda, and what strategies are you implementing to address these barriers? I would like to inform the panelists that in the interest of time, you will be responding to a specific question. And maybe the last round of questions is one which each one of you will have 30 seconds to weigh in. I would like to advise that as you respond, you do as you respond by way of introduction, you will spend maybe 1 minute to tell us what your organization is doing in the area of inclusive education, and then you answer one substantive question on inclusive education.
Doctor, as you get started, just recognize that we have the head teacher, Wakiso School for the Deaf. Is the teacher? Yes, thank you very much. We know you are very supportive. We also have the LC5 chairman, Kamwenge District. LC5 Kamwenge and Shema are competing at this event with a number of participants. And then you also have Sister Rose Nelima, the head teacher, Mbale School for the Deaf. Sister Rose, where are you? Where, Sister Rose? Okay, over there. Thank you very much, and thanks for the work. Proceed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to start off with Nudipo. There is a lot of unanswered question about who inclusive education is intended for. Some people think it is for persons with disabilities, persons with special needs. Some people think it is broader than that. UNESCO's own definition is a broad one, covering all persons with diversity in an education setting. What is your own take as a lead disabled persons organization in Uganda regarding who should inclusive education cover?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Moderator.
You can start by telling us what you do as Nudipo in the area of inclusive education, just less than a minute, and then you answer that substantive question.
Nudipo is the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda and is an umbrella organization of organizations of disabled persons in the country. Nudipo's mandate is advocacy. We do a lot of advocacy around human rights, and education is one of the human rights that we are fronting at the moment. Nudipo has done a lot of work under the Together for Inclusion program to build the capacity of teachers to include learners of different categories in the schools. Nudipo works with different partners in the mainstream and also has built the capacity of her members to advocate for inclusive education right from the community.
So
Who do we-
going to the main question now.
Yeah, who do we think should be included in the education system? As much as our niche is disability, and we feel that the persons with disabilities are very marginalized in education, we feel inclusive education is for all. Inclusive education is for all that are having challenges accessing education. We want the inclusion of a girl child, the inclusion of a boy child who is a nomad, the inclusion of a refugee child, the inclusion of all marginalized learners. So that is our thought as Nudipu about inclusive education. We do not want to leave any child behind.
Maybe to prop just a little bit. Persons with disabilities are arguably the farthest behind in education, the most disadvantaged. How does the approach you describe, which targets all disadvantaged children out there, leave persons with disabilities in education, if we take that approach?
Persons with disabilities may need some more reasonable accommodation in this approach. So if you do not give them reasonable accommodation, you will be leaving them behind. As we advocate for inclusion, we are also sensitive about the different disabilities and the different needs that come with the different disabilities. A child with intellectual disability will need a different intervention. A child with a physical disability will also need a specific intervention. A child with visual impairment, a child with hearing impairment. So even in disability, we have different categories that need different interventions. So as we talk about inclusive education and we are including everybody, because of these special needs of these children with disabilities, we are making a lot of advocacy to ensure that this learner with disabilities is supported in an individual way. We try to train teachers on individualized learning plans for these learners so that they are not left behind. They get reasonable accommodation to access education.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Naboth. You're an academic in the field. You're also a person with disability and an outspoken advocate. From your perspective as a person with disability, what have you experienced to be the key barriers impeding success in the implementation of inclusive education?
Thank you very much, our moderator today morning. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Naboth Cole. I'm into very many things, but here, I'm here as a human rights advocate, particularly for persons with disability, among others. It's a good question. Yes, where you see me now, it's a journey. And that journey is punctuated by stereotypes, fallacies, and misconception that is within the society that we live in. Yes, I concur with very many presenters in all the things they have been saying. But one thing that I want you to keep on popping in your minds is that before you go out to reach out to some people, you talk about inclusive education, you talk about reasonable accommodation. The question is this person prepared to be in this environment that is full of storm? We are going to focus so much into the strategies, but is this person under the category, whatever it is, prepared to face that? I'm of the view, my humble opinion is, that we should use two approaches. It shouldn't be one-sided. Because if we are not careful, we end up with what we call in economics, we call it a cobweb theorem. Some of you who did economics.
one of the observers said that, you know, we never had teachers for person with disability, particularly the interpreters. But now there are many and they don't have jobs. I'm of the view that in our strategic management or establishment of programs, we should be careful and have two sides that will bring the equilibrium for the progression of the projects and the intended objective. Back to how I sailed through. It wasn't easy. As I've told you, it wasn't easy at all. But what helped me is something that I wanted to share with you, is that I was prepared for this hostile environment. I was prepared by my parents. I was prepared by some few people around me, if not two, in my life. So it's a journey that needs preparation by not only you, but some people around you. That's why I concur with those that say reasonable accommodation, I agree with you. Conducive environment, I agree with you. But still, fundamentally and deliberately, your perception towards this person will help him to be where you want him to be.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naboth, for that insight. Now I'd like to go to Windle Trust. Windle Trust, I would like for you to share with the audience your perspective about the key success factors and best practices in inclusive education that Uganda can draw on to improve its implementation. What are some of the key success factors and best practices from your own work as Windle Trust? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. My name is Muhammad Chimera. I work with Window International Uganda. I'm a regional program coordinator working in settlements of Ivepi, Rhino Camp, and Chiriandongo. Window International Uganda, briefly, is the major education implementing partner of United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. We are championing refugee education. Patrick, little bit, the report, the UNHCR education report for 2022 estimates 12 million people with disabilities that are forcefully displaced worldwide, and the number might be more than that. And we recognize that these people these people can have possibility of getting access to violence, discrimination, exclusion. They have barriers to access basic needs, and also can be excluded from education. So with Window International Uganda, some of our approaches to promoting inclusive education that can be copied into the different models as a country. One of them is activities that are geared towards encouraging participation. You look at the child that needs to be included in mainstream, and you also look at others that that child must be included with. So participation becomes key, because I want to mention four in the interest of time, like you said. One of them is participation. Are they able to participate with others? If they are classroom activities, is the child able to participate? Secondly, you talk about interaction. Like doctors said, the will may not be there. I might be seated like in this audience, but I am not interacting with others. At some point, I feel isolated. So the room that can create interaction among the different people, amongst the different learners, whether in classroom or even outside classroom, is one entity that has to be looked at. Then the third one that we still dwell on is access to facilities. Because we are talking about the environment and the different facilities that must be accessed by all the learners, for example, in a classroom setting, like do it in a refugee settlement. So promoting access to various facilities is also one of them. And then finally, strategies that can promote acceptability. Do you accept me the way I am? Do I also accept you the way in which you are? It is also key in our approaches to inclusive education. Thank you.
Thank you. What is happening? Are we back? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Although I wanted you to choose one thing you'd sell to Uganda to buy and do the Windle way regarding implementation of inclusive education. What would you want us to do as a country the Windle way?
I'm back now.
In less than a minute.
In less than a minute.
Yeah.
Is to focus on the ecology of a child. That is as far as education is concerned. Yeah. Ecology is the environment. Look at the family which is at the forefront. The family must support the intervention. Your second focus should be on the peers of the child in the classroom, even outside. Then the third one, we also focus on the teacher. And then the fourth, we focus on the general community from which we are all coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us a framework within less than a minute. Now let me go to NAD. NAD is one of the major sponsors of this symposium and is represented by Maureen. Maureen, would you like to tell us more about what is NAD doing to break the barriers to inclusive education in Uganda?
Thank you very much. The Norwegian Association of Disabled is a member of the consortium that is implementing the Together for Inclusion program in Uganda. And NAD as an organization is not a direct implementer, it is a donor, so we are working with other partners. And some of the things that we are doing under the Together for Inclusion program is that we needed to first address the negative attitudes within the communities. And so we first went and did some sensitizations and talking about our program during the inceptions that we carried out across the districts where we are implementing. And then we decided now to move into training teachers. We selected the schools where we would pilot training of inclusive education. So we selected schools across the 4 regions in Uganda, and then we provided training on inclusive education. Of course, it is not a one-day training, it's not a one-week training, because inclusive education cannot be achieved just in 1 month. So we decided to train teachers in all the schools that we are implementing, and then they go back to their teaching during the term, and they apply what they have learned. And what doesn't work, they bring back feedback and say, this doesn't work, so can we change this? So as they brought back feedback, then we started developing the modules along with the teachers, and then we started now looking at the communities. How do we approach the communities? Because there was still negative attitude in the communities. So we brought on board the organizations of persons with disabilities. We trained them in inclusive education, and then they moved into the communities and started talking to the parents, brought them on board, also started training them on inclusive education, talking about the barriers and how the parents themselves with the negative attitude can be a barrier. So as slowly by slowly we saw the parents beginning to bring out their children, and then the teachers started cooperating now with the organizations of persons with disabilities, and they moved into the community to look out for these learners with disabilities that were out of school. And then they brought them into school. Now when they reached school, there was a challenge of some of them could not move to the schools, and they needed some assistive devices. Some of them needed to stay within the schools. So within that Together for Inclusion program, NUDIP was able to provide assistive devices to some of the learners, about 200 learners within the districts that we are supporting. These are 8 districts in northern Uganda, West Nile, Western Uganda, and within the central and eastern. We also brought on board the government education staff from the Ministry of Education and at the district level, who were now the people to monitor this program and tell us how are we progressing. Because when you're implementing, you may think you're doing the best, but then you need the experts to come and monitor and tell you where you're not doing the right thing. So these education staff at the national level and at the district level go into our schools and monitor to see what is happening, and they give us feedback. And that feedback is used to make changes within our program.
Thank you very much. And let me now go to Mary of Refugee Law Project. We were together days back when you were validating 2 studies that you did in inclusive education. So my question to you is, from the experience of Refugee Law Project, what opportunities do we need to tap in to reinvigorate, to breathe more life into the implementation of inclusive education in Uganda, especially in relation to refugees?
Thank you so much. Refugee Law Project is an outreach project of the School of Law, Makerere University. We are based outside campus in Old Kampala, and we implement many projects. Some of them are access to justice, some of them are based on conflict and transitional justice. But today, what we come with here is projects that address the needs of children, specifically refugee children with disabilities. Initially, when we started, we thought that we were going to deal with improving access to inclusive education for refugee children with disabilities. But with the time, as we learned from the different stakeholders we have worked with and the children themselves, we have come to realize that actually inclusion goes beyond, Diana explained it very well, goes beyond the child you target who has a disability, to include all other children, because they sit in the same space, they share the same space, they support each other or discriminate each other. And so what we are bringing in here is one of the projects that we have been implementing that has been supported by the Comic Relief. And what are some of the opportunities? Well, I would say that the main opportunity that we have, that I think we need to concentrate on and consider, is the community. Personally, I am a psychologist, and what we know is that a lot of things are learned. Children learn to feel confident. Children learn to believe in themselves. Children learn even to discriminate one another. And so one of the main opportunity we have in Uganda is that friendliness, is that open-mindedness of receiving other people, refugees, for example. And so if we concentrate on that and help our communities, refugees and hosts, and the children themselves, help them understand the value of respecting each other's dignity, whether someone has a disability or not, then it makes inclusion easier. Because children are discriminated and excluded right from their families. One of the baseline studies we have done, we have realized what came out was that the biggest barrier is attitude. Attitude and discrimination right from the family. The family has very low expectation for a child with a special need, with disability, that they are actually even able to succeed. That even before they are taken to school, the expectation itself is low. And so they are taken to school late, they are considered after other children have gone to school. We have given scholastic materials to children, but some of the parents take the children from the child we have given and give to another they think is more able. And so for me, I think the opportunity lies there. How do we encourage, how do we cultivate that positive attitude, the respect for every child's right to access education, and make sure the families, the parents, the local leaders, the school management committees, the teachers, everyone, the ecological system, understands what it means and the potential of those children, and we give them the chance. I think that's
Fair.
where the opportunity lies.
Thank you so much, and we are now going to give you each a minute to wrap up this. What you will need to wrap up is one key message that you would want the audience and those who are logged in online to go back with home, in addition to any question I may request you to respond to. I want to start from Chimera on the far end. I liked the Wendell's idea of the ecology of the child. And I wanted to say that there are so many education actors who are supporting inclusive education, and yet there is a cry of minimal effect, minimal impact on ground. Using the ecological framework that Wendell pursues, how can we use that framework to kind of have systems level change, a change that cascades from the bottom up to the macro level? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Patrick. We are, like you said, the message I would like the people I'm with here to go with. I'll be specific on the refugee and emergency settings where we have education. I want to share with you that in refugee and emergency settings, there is still need for intervention as far as inclusive education is concerned. Why I say so is the current statistics, for instance, in the 3 refugee settlements I come from, indicate that 717 children from refugee communities and also the host communities that are in need of inclusive education. But the current funding only allows us to support 19% of them. Out of the big 717, which has 175 who are deaf, we have 244 who have physical impairment, and also 298 out of the 717 that have visual impairment. So there is need for us to firstly tap into the potential. We have many, because already when the NCDC was presenting here, identified refugees as part of the people who are still excluded. So there's that first level of exclusion because you're coming from a different country, yet you're just crossing boundaries. Then the second one comes to the education sector. Currently in the mainstream education, you are dealing with large class sizes. The current teacher pupil ratio that we do have, one teacher is attending to 220 learners in a class. That's not an environment that can even accommodate inclusive education. Yet, by standard, you'll need a child with special needs to be attended to by a minimum of 3 teachers with the different special skills. So our ecological framework can be successful if there are these other barriers that have also been worked on. For example, the severe underfunding of the refugee operation in Uganda itself limits the facilitation of inclusive education. That's the reason as why we take most of them outside the refugee settlement in special schools, segregated, and also the ones in the integrated. So for it to be successful, to focus on the family, to focus on the peers in school, the teacher, the community, with the child at the center, there is need to first have a buy-in as a country. Let inclusive education be part of our national policies. Let these be cascaded. It's like that we are working within a policy framework and there is a buy-in from the general public. That's what I can end with. Thank you so much as well.
Thank you. So, ecological framework of scaling up inclusive education. I want to come back to my colleague Naboth. Naboth, you are at higher education, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 24, I think paragraph 1, requires state parties to ensure an inclusive education at all levels. And experience shows that the focus has tended to be at the lower level and less at the higher level. As a person at a university, would you say Uganda is addressing adequately inclusive education at higher education level, and what is your message for us in a minute?
Thank you very much. My closing notes are, as far as that question is concerned, I must say this, and at times I don't want to be categorized, but I think I should say it. As far as I know, and as far as my research is concerned, Uganda has done the great. Let it be policy framework, let it be interventions at almost actually all levels. Why? That's why much as you are talking about primary, secondary education, are we aware that we have special treatment at the university? That every person with disability, as long as you have 2 principal passes, you have a certificate, you qualify to join the university and the government pays. I don't want to go into the policy administration of the governance and whatever. Talk about the representation from LC1 up to the cabinet. We have representation. But specifically to rely so much into academia, I want to assure you that something has been done. But the question is, as it's been done, then what? Because if you're not careful, you end up actually going back to where we were. That's why when I was talking previously, I said we need to be careful with our tools of analysis and evaluation in everything that we do. For example, we are talking about inclusive education. Yes, they are educated, they have degrees, then what? Reasonable accommodation. Are we talking about the same thing in employment? Are we talking about the same thing as far as business management is concerned? Do we have special treatment as far as business is concerned? Like in the other countries. I happen to have lived in Kenya for some time, 7 years, Nairobi. But one thing I realized that some of those organizations for persons with special needs that are in business, when it comes to giving government tenders, they are given a priority. Do your research on that.
Okay.
And I think that way we'll be able to conclude is that yes, we use the approaches, as my brother in the extra end said, bottom-up approach and top-bottom approach, but we should not forget the equilibria. Otherwise, we'll end up going back to where we started from. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you today. I'm looking forward to continue fighting for the rights of persons with disability.
Thank you. I will move that immediately to Diana. Diana, the beautiful girl whose name I forgot, said something I want you to respond to. She said, we want an inclusive and enabling school environment, not special schools. As a person with a disability and an advocate in a national organization of persons with disabilities, what's your own take regarding the emerging debate about whether to have or not have special schools? I know that Nudipu authored a document, the parallel report on the CRPD. I think it was a 2017 report, and I still remember in that document, Nudipu recommending the closure of special schools and turning them into resource centers. And now the child with disability herself has echoed this voice. Does Nudipu still have this stand? And what is your own stand as a person? Plus your closing remark.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ojok. Yes, it is very true that we now want inclusive education. We want our children to go to mainstream schools, mainly because it is very expensive for them to access special schools. We want them to be able to go within their home environment and access education, not to walk miles away and go to another region to be able to access education. but we also recognize the fact that there are some disabilities that are very severe and would need that environment where this child gets very specialized support. As much as we are advocating for inclusive education, we recognize that fact that it does exist, but you see, inclusive education is not achieved in a year or a day. It is a process that has moved from specialization, integration, segregation, to where we have reached. Our dream is to be able to support these children in the same environment, in the mainstream schools. And that is why we call for the twin track approach, where we change the system to be able to support this learner, where we give this teacher capacity to support all kinds of learners, where we make an enabling environment, an accessible environment to take in all these learners, where we have changed the attitude to accept learners with disabilities in mainstream schools, where we provide assistive devices and training materials for this learner to fit within the school, where we have enough human resource to support the learners with different needs, where we understand this child's individual need, and we are able to reach out to enhance their potential to achieve in education. In the simplest way, NODIPO looks at inclusive education as a system where the child is present, participating, and achieving. That is why we say, as much as we want inclusive education, there is also that child who may not participate and achieve in mainstream. We recognize that, though we are on the way to achieve inclusion for all. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. I like the choice of your words. And let me roll on now to Maureen. Maureen, you work with NAD, and you said that you are donors, you are not hands-on. So I want to ask from a donor's perspective, what are donors not doing? Because financing inclusive education is one of the biggest challenges, and yet we have many donors. So what are the donors not doing to support inclusive education? And then maybe as NAD, is there value for money from your own experience of supporting TOFI? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. What are donors not doing? What donors are not doing is implementing according to existing data, because you find like 50 donors in the district of Gulu, and then there are other districts that are lacking implementers. They are lacking resources for inclusive education. So I would encourage that before you start to implement a program in a certain area in our country, please get information from the ministry or other people who have been implementing, so that you can move to where resources are really needed so much than duplicating services within the same area. So I think what donors are not doing is they're lacking that part of implementing where resources are most needed, and then all converging in one area where there are so many implementers. So if we could just spread out so that everyone is reached, that would be very good. Is there value for money? Yes. And I would like to say that the former head teacher that was here is one of the people that has been trained under the TOFI program, and there's value for money. We have gone into the government schools where we are implementing inclusive education. We are seeing that things are working. We have talked to parents, we have talked to the learners themselves, and everyone is interested, everyone is ready to work. I would only encourage that each one of us should look at this education as a right. So if you have built the schools, if you have put in place teachers, then why is it that when it comes to children with disabilities, you start saying, oh, there are no resources? So if it is a right, then it should be, everything should be available so that children with disabilities are able to access these schools, they are able to access education without the excuses that the keynote speaker spoke about. Why is it that when it comes to children with disabilities, we have the excuses? We take a step back and say, oh, there are no resources, oh, we don't have assistive devices, we don't have this, and yet you know that this is a right. Access to education is a right for all, so I would encourage that we see it as a right and go ahead to make the whole space available for everyone, including children with disabilities and those with other special needs, to access education and fully achieve at the end of the day. And also employers, please, when you advertise, for me, as Maureen, not as Nad, I am not happy with females are encouraged to apply. I would like to see persons with disabilities are strongly encouraged to apply. And when they do apply, please, those on the panels, consider them, because these guys are smart and they can do anything even better than any other person out there that you would think is better at the job. Everyone is able to achieve in an organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope that you are not going to have an uprising from the female fraternity because you're advocating for a shift from females are encouraged to apply to persons with disabilities are strongly encouraged to apply. I think our Persons with Disabilities Act has something to do with that. We need to exploit. Let me end with Mary from Refugee Law Project. My one question on top of whatever message you chose to end with is how best can Uganda support inclusive education within the refugee context?
Thank you. The question you're asking me, I think, rhymes well with what I wanted to end with.
I read your mind.
Thank you. So I think with inclusive education within the refugee setting, one of the things we need to consider and be aware of is the fact that all the refugees that come to Uganda, majority of them have gone through terrible experiences. They have suffered both physical and psychological harm and psychosocial harms. And so one of the barriers actually are those harms that come on top of the disability. Some of the harms are the ones that cause the disability. And so one of the components that needs to be included within education for refugees and forced migrants and the hosts also, because I think one of the barriers is that the fear, the discrimination, the stigma, and hosts face it also. And so my thinking is that including the component of psychosocial support, mental health and psychosocial support across, mainstreaming it within the education system, especially to support as a key pillar for supporting inclusive education. For example, one might ask you, a ramp is a physical, I can call it an assistive device physically for a child to access education. But the psychosocial support can be a psychosocial assistive device. We don't see it that way, but it can be a software that actually enables the learner to come to school without fear, can enable a caretaker to deal with some of the depressive symptoms, the fears, the harms that they have gone through. Some of them require physical treatment. They have wounds that have to be treated in order for them to regain their functionality as caretakers, to be able to support their children, to engage in livelihood, and buy the scholastic materials, take their children to school, without which the child is not going to be able to access school. The child themselves, during the special needs study that we did in Nakivale and Kampala, we found out that isolation is one of the issues for children with special needs, particularly in Nakivale. And so what's the cause for isolation? That's a psychosocial issue. So to answer your question, what I believe is that including mental health and psychosocial support within the inclusive education struggle is a very big pillar in the refugee setting, but also within the host community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You'll agree with me. The panelists were extraordinarily great. Can we give them a round of applause? And allow me to request them to step forward for a group photo. And then the master of ceremony can take over. Yeah, a group photo. A kind cameraman or woman. Okay.
It seems like there are a few 1, 2, 3 questions for the panelists. There's one over here and one from my sister here. And people from the platform up there. Any question from your side? People at the pavilion. Okay, so we shall have him and my sister here and the head teacher again, the retired teacher. Hey, kindly use this one. Someone help me. Oh, Commissioner herself. Okay, let's begin with my brother. Let it be very brief. You see when time for ending comes. Oh, sorry.
Again, I'm Stephen. My concern is about sustainability of inclusive education in the places where you're working. I'm aware that there are projects supporting inclusive for 5 years. What happens? You have recruited many students, you have enrolled many students. After 5 years, the project ends. So, what are some of the plans?
Who would you like to answer that question?
What are some of the plans that before you leave, the children must continue, other than having many children recruited and left them behind? Thank you.
Very wonderful
Okay.
question.
Good.
Project comes 5 years down the road, it is gone.
Sustainability.
Yes, my sister.
Okay, good evening. My name is Melanie. I wanted to ask about the schools. First, how are the schools that are participating in this project selected? Secondly, is it only government schools that are selected? And third, if someone had a private school and they wanted their teachers trained on this particular inclusive education project, so that they incorporate the system in their school, how is that possible? Thank you.
Are you talking about Trophy Project?
Sorry? Oh, my name is Melanie, and I'm from Mukisa Foundation. And actually, Mukisa Foundation has a school, and they want to incorporate it into a disability inclusive education system. Yeah, thank you.
I had made it final, but I saw my sister, the technical advisor for gender at the Ministry of Education, having her hand up. Let me begin from there, Mr. Headmaster, and end with you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, the panelists, for that rich discussion. I have a question. I don't know who to direct it to. We are doing so much, and we want our children to come to school, no matter what. But I also note that in your submissions, none of you has talked about challenges that come with growth and sexual maturation. How do we manage that? Because beyond having the special needs, that is also a special need, especially for this girl. If she's going through menstruation, what are we doing to support them? If they are blind, they cannot see, what kind of information do we give? We have talked about materials, but I've never seen any material that passes on information for children with a disability. What are we doing? Thank you very much.
Very serious questions over there. Even when you put a chart somewhere talking about prevention of teenage pregnancy and it is in print, how can now the one with the challenge of visibility read what is there? Very good. And there are so many programs on radio. How about those who can't listen? How do they get? Some people even have a thinking that people with disability may not be having the same feelings, sexual feelings. There are those who have that very unfortunate thought. So thank you, my sister. Finally here, Mr. Headmaster.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Geoffrey Ali from Gulu. I want to agree with the panelists that negative attitudes and negative mindsets is the biggest barrier. Even us here present, even those who speak very well, when you're confronted in a situation where you should do budgeting, do support, or a person with disability comes to your family to marry your child, you will have attitude problem. That is the biggest barrier across board. Number two, number two, most interventions are hardware. One person talked about it. Software interventions are very minimal. Somebody said psychosocial support, specialized pedagogies, most support are hardware. And in a refugee setting, where there's emergency intervention in education, it doesn't go very much in the area of inclusive education, if we are to be real.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The other one was really very strong. The attitude thing.
Yeah.
I hear long ago even taxi operators wouldn't stop when a person with physical disability stops the taxi. We would delay them.
Okay.
Okay.
I think let's
At least one from?
Oh.
A question submitted but wasn't answered.
We have not yet answered any questions.
You are signing for him? Please do. Please do. Let's get it.
Give her the microphone.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Joseph. I'm a program officer from UNAD. So as Uganda National Association for the Deaf, we have, okay, I see that sign language was put in the new curriculum for secondary education, lower secondary, but we are not really satisfied because we have gotten no response on who will be training sign language. Because our special area, it's our special area of interest. Because all the time, ever since, for years, over 50 years, it's UNAD that has been teaching. Now, we don't know who will take on. We have over 50 sign language instructors right now. And also the second question. We discuss about inclusive education, yes, but then I have not yet heard about online learning. It is something very important because we have already seen during the COVID lockdown, we saw how COVID influenced education. So, what if again some other pandemic comes up or the COVID situation again comes up? How ready are we? How ready are we for that if COVID comes up again? Yeah, thank you.
Doctor, talking of pandemics again. Do you remember when COVID came, there was another one that was coming, and I don't know whether it feared COVID. Do you remember the locusts? They had also come in their way, but I don't know.
We shot them down from Karamoja.
Okay, God forbid, we don't need. Doctor, let's attend to those.
The panelists, I know you are isolated which questions are best suited for you. So you'll give us 1 minute concise answer. But I wanted to throw the last question to the government.
And Commissioner will answer it. She's coming shortly.
I request the Commissioner herself to respond to the question of sign language, Uganda Sign Language as a subject in the secondary schools. The person asking is concerned, who will be teaching it, and so on. I think that is now a government question. All right? Yeah.
Okay, dear panelists, let's be very, very brief.
Okay, so maybe the commissioner will come last.
Yeah, she will actually come last to close the entire day.
Oh, perfect. So, yes.
There was a question on working with government schools, and then if the private schools would like to make their schools inclusive, is this possible? Yes, this is possible. If you're talking about the training under the Together for Inclusion program, yes, we have many trainers now. We can get in touch later and we see how to support your school to make it inclusive. But also, please, let's work with the Ministry of Education, because it is key that you're in touch with them and then they know what is happening in your school. Okay?
Please touch the sustainability question.
Oh,
Yes.
but the time also? Just very briefly.
There's a question on sustainability. If you work in isolation, your project is likely to end completely. But if you work with the existing structures, then whatever you have implemented will stand for long. We, as the Together for Inclusion program, we work with government. There's no step we have taken without involving government, without letting them advise us. So work with the existing structures, bring on board the community, because there are the people on ground who are going to stay when you have left. So bring on board the community. In the Together for Inclusion program, we have what we call the school inclusion teams. And these involve members of the community, people who are interested in inclusive education, parents, the children, and even a farmer, whoever is interested in inclusive education. And then we train them. And also don't make promises. If you form such groups and then you start promising vehicles and bicycles and everything, then when you go, then everything has ended. So just work with the community and make sure that they buy into what you are bringing into the community.
Okay.
So don't work in isolation if you want your project to be
Who wants to go next?
Brief answers indeed.
Okay,
Mary?
I've forgotten the title from Ministry of Gender, Growth and Sexual Maturation.
Yes.
She's from the Ministry of Education, but she's in charge of advising the ministry on gender issues. She's the gender technical advisor.
Respond to the question now.
Thank you very much. So, as Refugee Law Project, we have a strong psychosocial component in our approach to inclusive education. And one of the things we do is to put the child at the center, to amplify their voices. And so what we do is to ensure that the views from the children, the issues that affect them, come from the children, but also from their caretakers. So we empower caretakers to talk about topical issues, sexuality, for example, daily skills of living, and those different topical issues or issues that affect the child's life. And so we do not teach, but we encourage children from within the child-friendly spaces, age-appropriate child-friendly spaces, where children actually give their views. And our approach is that within the spaces we have both children with disabilities, but also those who are considered not to be children with disabilities. So that the inclusiveness then helps both those that have a disability and those that don't have to understand each other and interact with each other and share each other's experiences.
Okay.
And things of sexuality also comes in there.
We're going to keep it short, really short.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Doctor. The head teacher from Gulu said in refugee settlements, inclusive education to be, I think he said it's not real. I would like to briefly say that it's a process. We currently have model schools in refugee settlements that are implementing this. And where we are able to take our learners is where we are benchmarking. Around Arua, head teacher, you must be knowing Arua very well since you're from Gulu. We are taking our learners to Jaco Primary School, Ediofe Girls, and Arua demonstration. The good practices we are copying there are the ones we are trying to put in the refugee settings. Our ecological framework is what we are dwelling on to prepare the society for all inclusive schools. We are committed to the underlying principle that children and young people have a right to education. Thank you so much.
Great. Let's come this way and end with Naboth.
Yes, Dr. Mine goes to the question that Melan posed about the selection of schools. When we select pilot schools to work with, we work with the entire community at large. We work with the education officers in the area. We work with the, NUDIPO has structures of district unions in the districts, and they help us select schools where so many people or children access. We normally target public schools because the factor of sustainability is more assured, that so many children can afford to go to a low-cost school to get access education. And we ensure that when we get to the school, we have a lot of stakeholders that we collaborate with to ensure sustainability of the project even after we have left. So in the schools, we use our school inclusion teams, which do not only include the school community, but go ahead to include the parent, the learner, the business person, the social worker, the medical person in this community, and they own it up. Even when we are not there in one of our project areas, we have taken a whole year without doing any rollouts, but you see that they are still pushing on the agenda of inclusive education, and that has showed us that there is an issue of sustainability if you implement inclusive education in collaboration with other partners.
Thank you. Finally, Naboth.
Thank you very much. It's been a great afternoon when all these views are jotted down. I am sure it will be a document that requires every person's attention. That aside, I would like to react on two issues. One is about sustainability of any project. In my master's writing, I wrote about the role of NGOs to the improvement of livelihood in third world countries. One thing that came across quite often was the role of NGOs is to supplement. They supplement government efforts. It's on that note, therefore, that it's important that much as we are rolling out all these programs, let the government be in sync. In that where you stop, they pick up from there because it's their responsibility. They are actually paid for that using our own money. So I'm of the view that let it be comprehensive in nature. Secondly, I would like to develop a hypothesis on stigma. How can we fight stigma? We will fight stigma if we reflect on this. One, how would you feel if your daughter brings a person with a disability as a man to marry her? How would you feel? That is one. The same, I would like you to ponder. If your son brings a girl in a wheelchair to you, if we do not enthusiastically look at some of the feelings that we develop towards people, we are wasting our time. Let us stop all this, conferencing, we talk about everything, very well written presentations, slides on PowerPoints. We forget to know that it starts with us, you and me. How many of you would receptively love a girl in a wheelchair married by the seemingly upright gentleman without statements? With that, all of us will be in a world that we're proud to live in, for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our time is up, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure chairing this session. And now we hand it over to the MC and the commissioner to carry on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our chair, Dr. Patrick Ojok. Thank you, Dr. Naboth, and thank you for always being around for these discussions on inclusion. Thank you, Mary, Mary Kampogo is my lecturer, by the way. When I was studying guidance and counseling, she was a good teacher and a good lecturer. And I remember I never failed any of her papers. Those of you who want to confirm my results, go and ask her how I fared in psychology. She knows very well. Maureen, thank you very much. And for the arrangement, we are told you're a designer as well. You ensured that the stage looks as nice as it is. Thank you. And for Diana, Sarah, I've really seen you all over the place. Continue thanking Nodipo for us for all the great things they are doing. And of course, Mr. Chimera, thank you for sharing those lessons from West Nile. You say the person from Guru definitely knows what takes place in West Nile. Is that possible? Those are really so many kilometers apart. I think it is about 300 kilometers away from each other. But all the same, with quick communication, anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, as we plan to wind up the day, we are requested to share our takeaways from this symposium on social media, those of us who can, using the hashtag, hashtag NIES22. NIES means National Inclusive Education Symposium 22. Just write the other ladder thing, the hashtag NIES22, and you can share your takeaways from this engagement today on social media. Please tag the Ministry of Education and Sports, and they are telling us that the Twitter handle is educ, EDUC, _ Sports Uganda. Educ _ Sports Uganda. Please ensure that what we are doing here goes beyond this room. I forgot educ. It is educ, EDUC _ and then Sports Uganda. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Red Cross with us. Would have announced earlier that they've been present. Two things brought them in case any of us needed a service, they are available, or in case any of us needed an ambulance, it is also available. For today, we think God has saved us from any of those. But they continue to stay with us until tomorrow. In case you need their services, please enjoy them for free. Swico Statewide Insurance Company Limited, are they in this space? Swico, where are you? As we ran around for support for this symposium, we reached out to Swico. Yes, we reached out to Swico. Incidentally, we had come in late, but you promised that next time when we come early. And I'm sure we shall come around. Commissioner, when should we go? Around September, if the symposium is December, so that Swico can support us in the way they've promised. Thank you very much. We want to thank the so many staff of the Ministry of Education who have been here since morning. I saw Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, Guidance and Counseling. He decided to sit behind there and keep quiet, but he's been following. He's a very serious fan of psychosocial matters, but he's also an expert in the same as well as disability. May I request the other officers from ministry to kindly stand again? I know we've been around 20, but some of them have taken off for the other activities. Yes, I see a principal from Teacher Education and Development Department. I see Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, Special Guidance and Counseling, Mr. Paul Butt. This one is Mr. Moses from Teacher Education and Development. Bitavude. TETD. This is T3. Okay, the Department of T8 was divided into two. T3 and TETD. Please ask Mr. Google what the two mean. But he comes from T3 department. Assistant Commissioner, Guidance and Counseling, then Technical Advisor, Gender, Madame Rosette Nanyanzi, thank you. Then close to Nanyanzi is an officer from Private Schools and Institutions Department. And this is my sister from Kapchora. Her name begins with Che. You can mention any name that mentions the Che. And Cheptegei is normally for boys. Chebet possibly, or Chemutai, but she's Cherotin.
And the other time I requested her to give me a name from that side so that I can run faster. And she preferred that I'm called Chemakula. So, so from Semakula, I'm Chemakula. Okay, the other officer is here, Assistant Commissioner, Special Needs Education Department. Another Assistant Commissioner, Special Needs, has been here already as a chair of a panel, Madame Annette. Then, yes, my sister, Jeruth Tinker, also another officer from Special Needs Department. There's another officer from Guidance and Counseling behind there. Has he left? David. We also have officers from the Communication and Information Division. Are they still on that table? Yes, they are there. They have been managing our Zoom. It's a team of about 5. I also know there is a 1 million Naliang from Guidance and Counseling Department. And they also come from the same family in the Guidance and Counseling Department. Finally, from me, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank us so much for today. Commissioner is going to come and really close and tell us what will happen tomorrow. My big takeaways from today include the following. I've really taken a lot of interest in these terminologies, and I think the rest have also done the same. 1 is mainstreaming. 2 is integration. 3 is reasonable accommodation. 4 is participation. 5 is inclusion. 6 is consideration. And I'm thinking if we go back to all our places and make sure we include people living with disability in all those aspects, then we are done. The other one also is that when we talk of inclusion of children, then we mean wider than, there's a sector wider than children living with disability. At this symposium, we've mentioned teenage mothers, I think we've done. We've also mentioned refugees. Did we mention children of prisoners? We didn't, but I heard Sarah saying all children living with in a form of a disadvantage. There are also internally displaced children. Do you believe there are children internally displaced? Do you even believe there are parents internally displaced? They are at home, but they are not there. They are there, but they are not useful anyway. They leave at 5 and come back after Brazil has lost. Okay, there are those that are trafficked, and with due respect to those who support Brazil, Bambi, just wait for another 4 years as we wait for an African team to win the World Cup. And I know many of you are supporting me in ensuring that Morocco wins. We have refugees in that category. We have children on the streets. We have orphans. We have children in the justice system. There are just so many living in juvenile homes and the like. So all those mean that indeed, when we involve them, then we shall be good to go. Commissioner, I would like to invite you to do about 4 things. First, Madam Commissioner, is to add our voice as ministry onto the discussion that has been here, what we can do. Secondly, to give us a quick glimpse into tomorrow, because you are in touch with our bosses, the political leaders. Thirdly, to thank all these people for the resilience they've shown today. And fourthly, any other issue you find very relevant for today. I know I'll talk much later to just say final words as you finish. Otherwise, come and get the floor. One time somebody came late at a function and he was asked, "Are you sure you are one of us?" Then he confidently answered, "Yes, I am one of us." Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you so much, our MC. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know where to start from because I'm really happy for what has taken place today. I know we are tired, but just to say a few things. One, I want to begin from where Cole ended, Dr. Cole Naboth. I don't know what has run in our minds. He asked, if your daughter came home with a disabled man as a husband to get married to, would you allow that? You know, many of us have been talking a lot of things since morning here. But I don't know how many of us can accept sons-in-laws, daughters-in-laws once, just by looking at them, and then you say, yes, it's okay. If this is the person you love, I have no problem with it. So let us go with that in our mind, and that should be something we should keep recalling about for the rest of our lives. It's a challenge, but let us think about it. To do the first thing that was talked about by our MC, I think what I have to add on is about the challenges, because as Ministry of Education and Sports, we were supposed to be part of the panel, but we were swapped with Dr. Naboth. But we also want to mention some of the challenges that we have in the implementation of inclusive education. One of them is that the good partners that have been here, and even those that haven't been here today, are in a few districts in this country. You find that half or 3/4 of the areas have not been covered. Now, as these good partners come in with that good support, like it was mentioned, the Ministry of Education should be the lead. Government should be the lead. Partners come to supplement on what government has done. So as they come to supplement, you realize that they are just in half or a third of the districts. So many of the districts remain behind. That is one of our challenges. So I don't know what we are going to do in the future to see that these partners, as they come and register and do whatever they have to do, can they equitably be in the whole country so that we move together? The second one is we still have issues with adapted materials, textbooks, and still it goes to the issue of partners. When you have partners in one area, like for instance, when we had issues during COVID time, our learners with special needs, many of them did not access materials in the first place. Partners made materials for where they were, and by the time government came in to do all the materials with the support from UNICEF, a lot of learners had missed out. So the adapted materials are also a challenge. The other one is we do not have trained specialists to repair the assistive devices that we give to schools. Many times when we give these to schools, once they break down, then they are kept. And the reason is that we do not have specialists trained. Where they are, maybe it is all we see is possibility are the ones who have trained a few of them in 2-3 districts. Or if not, we have Sense International that has trained 2 or 3 somewhere, and that is a challenge. Then lack of harmonized programs is also a challenge. And that is where we were talking about sustainability. If you're a partner, you're supporting us but doing your work without involvement of local leaders, without involvement of Ministry of Education and Sports and others, tomorrow when you go, it means your work will end there. No one will carry it forward. And yet it was good work. The other one is, to date, we do not know the cost of educating a learner with special needs. We're only talking, this costs this. But as Ministry of Education, we need to know how much does it cost government to educate a totally blind learner, a child with low vision, a child with partial hearing, a child who is totally deaf, and all those. That one is also still a challenge to us. The other one is school fires. Recently, you heard about our children who died in Salama. That's also a very big challenge. And this is not only in special schools, but also in the ordinary schools. The other one is about non-formal education. In our country, as we stand today, non-formal education is being carried out by partners. As government, we have not embraced it. The teachers are being paid by partners, the provision of scholastic materials, mention all those other things. So here, we need government to come up, because the partners who are doing it may do it for 5 years, but I know they may not go beyond the 10 years. And yet all of us agree this non-formal education program is very good. It supports learners who have dropped out, or adults who are, because by the time a person is 18 is an adult. Even those at 18 are able to come back to school, go through the primary, go through the secondary, and they attain the rightful academic levels that we need. So this one is also still a challenge. And those are some of the challenges we have mentioned. The other one was ably answered by Diana. You know, our friend there, I think she has gone. The one who said she's a little person. She said, we do not need special schools. Since we are living with everyone, we want to work with everyone, we may not require them. But I'm happy that Diana came in to talk about that. I may not really go into detail. You know, many of us, when we are talking about inclusion, many of us think it's about picking the lame, picking those, the deaf, picking those that are blind, those that have intellectual, and then put them in one school, and then you think that is inclusion. That is not. When we put all these learners together, first of all, how is the accessibility in the school where you've put them? 2, are there the right resources for these learners? Do you have the right teachers to impart knowledge to these learners? And that is what will lead to participation and progression. We went to Nachivale. We went to an inclusive school. In this school, we found there totally blind children and deaf children in the same class, with other learners who were about 120. Now, in the same, and this is an inclusive school. In the same school, there was no teacher who knew how to teach learners using Braille. No teacher knew Braille. No teacher knew sign language. And we're calling it an inclusive school. Though, on the other hand, we were happy that we are starting a journey. But I know within 1 year or a few terms, these children are going to drop out. And reason being that there is nobody to support them. They were teaching something, that was a P3 class. The teacher was teaching something, and they were doing mathematics. Now, the blind learner had been given a clock face where you can feel the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the blind learner talks. So when I asked, I said, you ask what, when he touched the 1, I said, ask, what is this? The child doesn't even know that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, because the child should learn in Braille. But it was only given to just feel the clock face. Now, the one who was deaf could not communicate. And the teachers were also finding it a problem. So when he feels like going out, he goes. When he wants to come back, he comes. He pays attention for some 20 minutes and does other things. So is that the kind of inclusion we are talking about? So inclusion must be practical. But I'm happy that the journey has started. Because for even parents to get out these learners, these children, to come and be enrolled in school is first of all a step forward. So let us look at ways of how we can improve on the inclusion we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I can end here on the additions that they wanted me to add. Then on tomorrow's program, like I mentioned earlier on in the morning, that we were supposed to have the minister here to open, and then the directors and others who have been away. And then during lunchtime, you were again called upon that the minister has come. Indeed, the minister came, he was here with us. But somehow there was a miscoordination, because the PS informed me yesterday that because of the need for everyone to go to Parliament today, the minister and directors and commissioners, some of them may not be able to come here today because of the urgency of being in Parliament. So tomorrow, they are coming, but we have agreed that the opening will be done at 8:30 in the morning because the minister has a meeting in Nambole, and at the same time he has another meeting, I think at the ministry. So he has chosen to pass here, open the meeting, and then proceed to Nambole, and then thereafter he will come and go for his other meeting. So I'm calling upon all of us. Can we come here by 8 tomorrow? And the earlier we come, the earlier we shall go home. Because if we come at 9, we shall find the meeting open, but then the hall will be empty. You see that? And we pray that it doesn't rain tomorrow morning. That it should be really our prayer. And even when it rains, I know we are not from mud, though biblically we are from there, but we shall, even when it pours on us a little, we shall still be intact. Are we together? Was there anything that you wanted me to add on? I think that is all. Though there is somebody who wanted to just say hello, I don't know, young man. No. What was the question? Come again. No, just a question quickly. Was that about the curriculum? Come and answer quickly and then we go. So thank you everyone for coming. Thank you a lot. We hope to have you tomorrow. But this beautiful woman here going, Jane Cantono, had said, oh, he talked something about logistics. I don't know. Did you say that? Okay. Now, the members who have come here, we have our partners. I know we gave one invitation as Ministry of Education and Sports. But like I said since morning that we have partners that have supported us in one way or another. I know we have registered, but we have partners, Shao. There is that team that Shao will be supporting. We have another team that Nodip will be supporting. We have another team that NAD will be supporting. And another team that Site Savers will be supporting. Jen, is that okay? Eh? Yeah, then another team will be supported by VVOB.
Oh, okay.
So we are comfortable, we are a little comfortable somewhere there. Thank you.
I want to assume that the support is a detail that we shall know when we get to those organizations. Gracious, generous.
Thank you.
Has generously come back.
Responding to the question that was asked about the Ugandan Sign Language, since you don't have teachers. First of all, we appreciate that, yes, we don't have teachers. That's why we made it an optional subject other than making it a compulsory subject, because we have that one in mind. So the existing schools that are going to use this, take this Ugandan Sign Language, are going to use these teachers who are already teaching learners there, who have knowledge about Ugandan Sign Language. Then there is also an open admission in Uganda Matters University. There is a Bachelor's of Education in Deaf Education. They have already enrolled. Those who will come back, they will also take up those schools. Then we are also encouraging schools that would like to take Ugandan Sign Language, but they don't have the teachers, to use the language users, like the deaf people, to go and train teachers. They may not train learners because they may not have the methods of teaching, but they can train teachers and help the teachers on some signs. And then I also have a question about, I want to ask UNAD. UNAD used to have short courses during the holidays. What happened? Thank you.
I'm thinking that generous didn't expect the answer to come now. It will come as we enjoy the tea, and that reminds me that before we break the day, don't forget that we have a cup of tea and accompaniments out there. And it is compulsory to actually enjoy that tea because it is for accountability. Number 2A, Madam Generous, you had more questions here. Kindly pick this. You'll answer these tomorrow. A very long essay coming from Mr. Mulinde Apollo, the D.O. Kamwenge. Make sure there are about 7 questions there that you need to answer. Madam Commissioner has indicated that she listened in and appreciated the challenge as reported by our gender advisor, Madam Rosette. But I think the issue was with the materials. The materials haven't been distributed. They are not there yet. So I think one of the appeals we have for our partners in this room is that as we do many other things, let's also try to adapt some sexual reproductive health related materials to benefit our learners with special needs. Because yes, there's a lot of information, but maybe it doesn't reach them. Commissioner, on your list of those who are supporting us, the Amaziba is also part of it. There's a group they will support. I don't know where the MC falls, but I know I may fall in all the groups. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yes, that point is well taken, I know. But we have had colleagues online, and we engaged them earlier to know that they are there. They have been participating. They have made a number of observations, which the rapporteurs have captured. Tomorrow we shall spare a session to respond to the issues coming from our online participants. May I confirm that we have some online by having a few videos on? A few videos on in the next 2 minutes. ICT team, try to get some few, show us their videos to confirm they've been there with us. The last time I checked, there were around 40. They had not put the organizations, but remember that the one who introduced herself said she was from Strome Foundation, I think. There are many others that could have been there. We have a young lady, a daughter of ours, by names of Asimwe Rita. Asimwe, just come here for a minute. Asimwe would like space to talk to us, but I've promised her that she'll talk to us tomorrow. I'll give her some 2 minutes. She is living with a disability, as we can see, but that disability has never stopped her from excelling. She's a sports lady and a Paralympian. If you have been watching the Paralympics, she's there. And of course, she's doing a lot of work to support other girl children. She went to school and she's even a graduate already in development studies. But she wants to tell us something around the challenges she faces as a sports lady. I'll give her space tomorrow in 2 minutes. Rita, you're welcome tomorrow. Unsa, the same tomorrow. Today we gave you space to submit and say something. Now people are a little tired, and inclusiveness also demands that you mind those who are tired so that they can. When you are still strong, you mind those who are tired. So we shall consider that one tomorrow. What haven't we said today? We shall be able to say whatever we haven't said today tomorrow. For lost and found, this beautiful, I don't know how it is called, shawl or something. What is the name of this? Okay, yes, we want to recognize some of these partners. My mobile mic has disappeared. Now I'll change with this one. Okay, Richard Sefaso, I don't know which organization, thank you. Maholo, thank you. Thomas Ochen, Edward Otim, thank you for being with us online. Samuel O, that may be Obadiah, thank you very much. Commissioner Disability, hey, Mr. Prosper, you've been there all through. Thank you very much. The discussion here has really highlighted a number of issues for your attention. We hope we'll get to you for action. Then Gloria, that is Gloria Yotaru. Then Dora Kavami has also been there. Charles Mugisa has been both virtual and physical, because I know I saw him around, but he has also been virtual. Thank you very much. And many others. Please, we shall be here tomorrow. We shall attend to your concerns. We read them in the chat room. and we shall be able to address them tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we stop there for today? I want to thank you so much for the participation and the patience and the resilience. My brother from UNEB, today you've just been a listener. I know that at the last event you talked to us, and there are issues to do with exams that came up. Possibly tomorrow we shall have some space. Otieno from Dublin, Ireland is online. Mr. Otieno, can you say hello? Otieno from Dublin, Ireland. And Commissioner, there are not many people who mention that country rightly. Some people call it Ireland, others say Ireland. But I think the right one is Ireland. Otieno? Okay, I think Otieno will be able to talk to us, possibly tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody. Please enjoy the tea. Journey masses to wherever you are heading. Thank you very much, all the presenters of today. Our keynote speaker, we can't thank you anymore. Otieno is online? Otieno, yes, say something, Otieno. Bwana Otieno, can we hear you? Possibly put video as well, so we see that we've not only been here in Nairobi, but we've been around the whole globe. Mr. Otieno talking? Yes, say something in a minute.
Well, thank you very much, Henry, for this opportunity. It's been a nice moment to be part of this function, though I've been in this case, and I still get the very experience that people are getting on the ground. And I've been following all the topics that have been ongoing there, and we hope to continue tomorrow.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And tomorrow we shall really find more time for our online participants. We have a team coming to Ireland very soon. Please receive them when they come. The best teachers. Mr. Prosper of Gender, prepare some 2-3 words tomorrow to say to us as a person from Ministry of Gender. Ladies and gentlemen, we are releasing ourselves early so that we can get home on time, so that your partners also don't complain. And since many of them have been lying, they know that we have released you at this very hour of around 5:30. Please don't reach at midnight. Journey masses, good luck to all of us. Public address system, thank you very much, Mr. DJ. The machines have been so good, apart from the other mic that refused to talk. The cameramen and ladies, thank you very much. The hotel, thank you. And everybody who has done some work. Please come for this one if you are the owner. Thank you.
Please you, girl, all night.